Welcome to the PlayCompile live stream. I will be your friendly AI assistant. Let's get started. On Twitch, Stream Elements says, PlayCompile is now live. Streaming software and game development. Remaking Genshin's Finchball minigame in Unity. Part 2.
Together you will be alone. Come on.
A better place for us to live. Sister, brother, look at my heart. Believe the hammer, break the trigger. We don't need a leader, all the one is not. We are all together, much more stronger. We will ride where we get stoned, from block to bone.
not together, you will be alone. Come on. Okay. Disco bye.
Houston, we have a problem. So you see this 2 minute marker here means something went wrong. Something went wrong. Okay. Bit out of order. This is probably not, but I like to show things. So if we want to know what went wrong here, okay, this is my streaming companion thing in Unity. We can take a look at the logs. I'll probably restart it and it'll probably be fine, but I'm curious what went wrong anyway. So basically, if you go into your users folder, your username folder, and then you will look for app data, and it's local law, and then whatever company name you've built your Unity project under, and in this case it's PlayCompile. There's our Finchball, CatGPT2, and is now PCBoo. And then player.log, and the previous log before it will be copied to playprev.log. So if we just open that up, this is the current runtime. So we can see detected graphics card, loaded assemblies, initialized input. We got some video. That just basically means it wasn't encoded with main encoder profile. It's not a problem, it still plays. You can ignore that one. Metadata, payload, keep active. Connection to Twitch was successful, so we connected to Twitch. Okay. Broadcaster ID, game name, software and development. So it's checking our stream title and tag. So that connected. Okay. YouTube live streaming client failed to get live chat ID because failed to deserialize JSON from dictionary. Okay. So what that means is most likely it couldn't find my live stream from on my YouTube channel page. Sometimes it takes like YouTube a minute or two. That's all it was probably. So if we reload it now, nothing to worry about. Oh yeah, it's waiting for me to press the space bar. I forgot about that. Sorry. And then we get our intro now.
Welcome to the PlayCompile live stream. I will be your friendly AI assistant.
Now this time I know it worked because the two minutes, you can't see my mouse, but the 2 minutes in the top right hand corner disappeared. So here where the 2 minute marker was, that went away. But that's basically the last thing to disappear in the startup sequence. That's the add countdown timer. So I know if the add countdown timer hasn't disappeared, there's a problem. But yeah, it was just that it couldn't find my YouTube live stream, so it couldn't connect to live YouTube chat. Probably because YouTube hadn't updated my channel page quickly enough. Okay, that was a backup from last night. Okay, I have confessions to make. I did some work on this last night, but don't worry, I'll go over what I did. God, my mouth is so dry. Give me a minute. And full of hairs. feel gross, man, because I've filled my vape up and it always leaks a little bit. It often leaks, and so then it goes on my hands, and I only live with 2 other people, but getting in the bathroom in the morning is like I can't rely on being able to get into the bathroom for the first 2 hours that I get up. Somebody's still in there now. All I want to do is wash my hands. I could go down into the kitchen and wash them there, I guess, but like, you know. So they're all gross and sticky. Okay, so you'll notice a few changes that I made. Even though I don't really do 3D modeling, I actually went into Blender and I tried to sort of cover the pockets by just kind of stretching these a little bit. That caused a bit of a texture issue, which you'll see. Where is it? Yeah, that made it look kind of weird. Let me just turn that off. It made the texture go a bit weird because it was kind of like wrapped back onto itself or something. Really weird. So I put it plain on top just to retexture that and make it look pretty again. Now where there's like some Z plane fighting or whatever, there's like some textures overlapping, so it kind of flickers a little bit there. It's fine. I'm not a modeler. What do you want from me? I did what I could. Yeah, I don't want to spend too long on it either. But yeah, I just felt like it's kind of weird if it bounces off a pocket and there's nothing for it to actually visually bounce off of. So I don't know if you remember, but what it really bounces off of, wait a minute, oh yeah, there's like literally, I'm just looking at them right now. Yeah, what it really bounces off of are these cubes, which we set up as the walls, right, wall, left, right. I fixed motion. Okay, so let's go through what I did. There's a few things I had to do to fix motion. So let me just show you what we got. Let me show you where we're at first. Motion was working, like I said, it just needed some extra bits. Yeah, we can load it in full screen, I guess. Alright. Yay! It goes in the right direction and it sort of slowly slides across the table, which is what we wanted. So how did I achieve this? Okay, let me show you. So the first thing I had to do was correct the angle. So if we go into our game manager, because the angle was incorrect, and what we basically did, there you go. I created a public float called angle adjustment, which originally I thought would be at 90 degrees, but it turned out to be 270. I'll just type that in there. It's in the inspector though. Oh, and another thing to note in Unity, right, is if you're changing values in here, public values especially, and nothing's changing, check the inspector, because look, I'll demonstrate. If I was to type 100 in here and press save, it doesn't update it in the inspector. So basically the inspector values overwrite values in the code. That's the whole point of a public value, right? Remember, a public value is read, write, access, right? So essentially the inspector is overwriting that value. So you might be thinking, wait, I changed it to 100, why isn't it 100? If you check, you have to change it in the inspector at that point. Think of this as a default value, right? So if you set it to, like I set it as 90 as a default value, so when it first appeared in the inspector it was 90, but as soon as I change that value in the inspector, it changes that variable's value, which is the whole point of a public variable, right? So other scripts can change it and whatever. Alright, so I started off with an angle adjustment, and if we go down to our launch, yeah, basically what we do is when we set our launch direction, we do a quaternion Euler, which is an angle calculation, and we basically include the angle adjustment in there. The reason it was 90 degrees off is the same reason that left and right was up and down. It's just because of the way our camera is orientated and the way the scene's set up. If I actually rotated everything in the scene to be where Unity expects it to be, everything would be in the right directions, but it doesn't really matter. So again, like up, down, left, right, remember that obviously is completely depends on where you are in the game world. So it's not even always the same axes. That's very confusing when you first start out. But Y is always up and down, so you've got that to rely on. Okay, that was the first thing I did. The second thing I had to do is mess with the physics a little bit. And so basically, if we look at the puck. So the cylinder is the one with the physics material on it. So I made a new physics material, which we can see here. I turned friction right down, turned bounciness up, and applied that physics material to the cylinder on the puck. The cylinder is this little object that our piece sits on, right? This is the only physics object on our guy. So if he bounces, if he slides, if he's not falling through the table, all of that is the cylinder's job. So you want to make sure it's convex mesh collider, because otherwise it makes a big ball. That's why it was floating on the table originally. Apply physics material, turn friction down and everything else. What you also need to do is on the rigid body, which is actually on the parent, I turn mass to 2, drag to 0.5, angular drag to 0.2. A lot of it's trial and error. Everything else is normal. Rotation frozen. But that also ran a little bit quickly, so the third and final thing I did to help with motion, and actually this might be a bad idea, you know. It depends whether I want to put this in a game with a bunch of other mini games, to be honest. Yeah, this is not the best practice, to be completely honest. But if you go into project settings, you can see here under time, you can actually change the speed of time. So I slowed down time to 0.4 of what it would normally be. So if I set that to 1, we'll see if we can fix it without that actually, because that's not good practice. The reason it's not good practice is because, like I said, that is a global value. So if you wanted multiple games in the same project, oh my god, it just came out of the bathroom and got straight back in again. What are they doing there? Right, if you want multiple games in a Unity project, all I want to do is wash my hands. If we run this at 0.4 time, right, 40% of the normal time scale, and then we want other mini games that are supposed to run at 100% of the time scale, you can't actually put those in the same project at that point. Yeah, so you can see it's a bit fast, right? That's the only downside, I would say. Let's ask ChatGPT what other ways we can do it. Slow down the player's physics movements without affecting the entire game by changing the timescale. You have a few other options. Adjust the rigid body's properties. You have tried this. I don't think I've tried that. Scale down forces and velocities. Okay, that's a fair suggestion. Use a custom timescale for physics. Implement a custom timescale just for your player's physics. You can scale the velocity manually in the fixed update method. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. That might be a better solution. Yeah, because what time also does it kind of messes with the animations. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Alright, let's try that. So if we go into our game manager, so fixed update. What is fixed updates? Basically, fixed updates is similar to updates, but I think it waits for the frames to render first. Should tell us actually. Yeah, there you go. The function is called every fixed frame rate frame. Right, so update can run faster than frame rate basically, and fixed update will only run at the speed of frame rate. So anything graphical that the player's going to see wants to be in fixed update. Anything functional like player inputs, you know, various other things, functions, better off an update. Rigid body dot velocity. Okay, so we can say for this rigid body, we don't have a reference to our rigid body, do we? Oh, we do. Player rigid body. Ooh. Ooh, would you look at that? Would you look at that? Yeah, that's nice because obviously we're only applying it to that object now, which is perfect because it shouldn't affect anything else. That's a much better solution. Just make sure it looks and feels good. Oh my god, shut up. Shut up. It keeps saying this to me. I don't know why it's doing this. Alright, it does this sometimes. Okay, let's see how that feels. And I changed my animations again now. Yeah, because the aiming arrow is a little bit too fast now. That didn't seem right to me. Now it's not moving anywhere near us. No, that doesn't work, you bastard. I like the idea of changing the object timescale, but after adjusting all my precise physics calculations are damped down and the object doesn't move as it should. Scale forces instead of velocity. Wouldn't we need to scale forces and time? Wouldn't they need to work together on this? So I still have to retune it though, don't I? Good lord. So I don't know. In order to bring it back up again, I would imagine custom force. Let's see, we're scaling it down to 40% of its original time. So we're probably losing 60% of its force. So I would imagine it would want to be 1.60% 160%, which would be 1.6F. But custom force wants to be a vector 3. What the hell? What are you talking about? Simulate a time scaled environment. Wish I'd never asked. I don't know what it means by custom force. Like custom force, it says it wants to be a vector 3, but it doesn't explain what that's supposed to be. How can it be a vector 3? Well, it'll be a vector 3 because it needs to give it a 3D direction for the force. But what I'm saying is, how would I convert my original force calculation into a vector 3 to then apply it as a custom force? It doesn't explain any of that. Right, just a sec. I think my bathroom's actually free. It's a Christmas miracle. Let me just check. Somebody else is about to go in now, so I need to be quick. Oh, can I use the bathroom before you go? Yeah. I've been waiting. Thanks. Hold on. Oh, my hands are washed. I still need to be in there though. I'll have to work another hour. Right. But that is better. Okay, so oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Well, I wonder if we can we not temporarily scale down? Let me ask it. Temporarily scale down that time scale. Okay, you can do that. Yeah, so original timescale is just going to be 1. Start minigame time dot time. So you can literally just say time dot timescale. Yeah, I didn't know you could do that. That makes much more sense. Yeah, so that's ChatGPT trying to over design a problem, over design around a problem. You have to be careful of stuff like that. Yeah, so okay, what we can do is we can say time dot timescale. This is a much better way to do it. Equals 0.4f. And if you want to make sure that gets set unset correctly, you can do a void on disable and then set it back again. So we can say time.timescale equals 1f on disable, and what it should do is reset time back to its original timescale. Alright, let's try that. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, as you can see, I've sort of set up a little bit of UI here as well, so we can see how many pucks, what our score is. And I've started fleshing out a system for levels. So what these basically are is I made an empty object called levels, nothing on it, an empty object called 1 with nothing on it. These are just containers essentially. So we can contain our level objects, and this is level 1's objects. These are planes with mesh colliders, convex, is trigger ticked. What that basically means is you have two types of colliders in Unity. You have colliders that are physical colliders, meaning you will bounce off them, like stairs, walls. But you can also have colliders that are essentially, they detect other objects within them, right? So a good example of that would be when you're playing Genshin and it tells you to, you know, go see Nilu up the road or whatever, and as you go towards Nilu, eventually it just like the cutscene starts to play. You basically walked into a trigger collider, so it's like, yeah, you can use it to sort of activate things when the player reaches certain things. So that's exactly what we want to do here, right? When the player reaches this square, they get 1 star worth of points, 2 stars worth of points, 3, 4, 5, etc. So what I did is I made a custom script called score square. Excuse me, God, I wish I could speak. So we made a custom class called score square, which is exactly what it sounds like. It will hold a score value. So if we look at points 1, I actually scored that 5, and I just go up in 5 each time. So for points 2, it's 10, 15, 20, 25. You can attach this script to each one of these squares, so now each square knows how many points it's supposed to give. It means that our game manager can then look to see, oh right, okay, we actually hit this score square, so these are the number of points we need to award the player. That's basically all it's for. But we've added 2 events in here. One is called an on trigger enter, which is exactly what I was talking about. You reach a certain point, something happens. And other.name is basically the collider other. So what we're doing is we're saying when you detect another collider enter you or hit you or whatever, touch you, if that collider's name is player center, which we haven't made yet, but we're going to make that in a sec, which is going to be the center of the player, then essentially we know the player just passed through the square. Because if you play the Genshin Impact Finchball, I wanted to recreate that look and feel, right? What you'll notice is as you pass through the squares, your score changes like temporarily, but if you're moving, as you move past the square, it updates, right? So it's like the score is updating in real time, right? But because the score So we can't just say set score. We could just say set score to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 as you pass through these things. The problem with that is we're going to have a multiple finches, right? We're going to have multiple pucks. And so you should get the score from your previous run, and that shouldn't be affected by the score on your next run, because we need to add that. So the way we do that is I've got a current score and a player score, and actually probably won't need current score anymore because I added this one here last square. So if we go to our game manager, last square is basically the score square type, which was this custom class here. We declared a public score square so that we can access it from outside of score square, and then we've got player score basically calculated within game manager. None of this is set up yet, but this is how it's going to work. And then you'll notice what happens is, what we do is we say if the player passes through you, Mr. Score Square, you want to access the game manager and you want to access this field here, last square, and record yourself as being the last square that was passed through. That way our game manager can be looking at this, and the way it'll work is constantly it's going to show whatever your current score is, right? That was supposed to be like total score or whatever. These are confusing. I'll rename these. But let's say in round 1, right, you'll pass through score 5, then score 10, then maybe you go past it, you go back to score 5, and the player score should reflect this as it's happening in real time. But because player score needs to also contain the value of the previous attempt, right, the previous puck, we can't forget about that as well, so we need like a second number variable. That's basically what that's for. Alright, so how do we set all this up? Glad you didn't ask. I want to tell you anyway. Okay, so the first thing we need is a collider for these to pass through, because what we need to do is determine a very small area. The smaller the area, the more accurate it is, but also the more problems you can get. In some ways it's more accurate, in other ways it's less accurate. It's kind of hard to explain. But anyway, you'll see. So we've got our, let's see, these are our UI elements, right? Our pivot arrow, which has our arrow and our gauge. Our cylinder is the bottom of the thing, so it should probably be a child of the cylinder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a second cylinder on the parent cylinder. So I'm just going to right click and say make cylinder, so we can see cylinder here. And let's rename these actually, right? This is like puck base, and this is going to be, you guessed it, player center. It's very important that we call it player center because our code is looking for one named player center. So player center at the moment is exactly the same as our base puck. So the first thing we need to do is push it down a little bit. This is going to act as like a central, think of this as like a sensor. This is basically like a sensor. And I'm going to look up its skirt. Yeah, hang on. You know what else I'm going to do right now? Okay, do this with me. What I want you to do, I want you to create a new empty game object right now at the root of your scene. Call it start position. I want you to grab the puck. I want you to copy world transform and give it to start position. And now what we can do, and also our game's going to need to know this anyway, we can move this puck around without ruining our game, because we need to look up its skirt. I'll look up its skirt so we can see the bottom. It's really not round that at all, is it? Well, I don't know whether it's the base that's not round or the puck itself that's not round. So all I'm trying to do player center. Okay, it's not down enough. Right, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Push the center down. There, we can see the center now. Push the center down and make it really tall for now. Because we need to, as we shrink this, we need to see how much of the center it's covering, right? Okay. So as we shrink this down, we should see the outer ring appear. There it is. Excellent. And we want it small, right? Really small. This is just going to detect the score squares as it passes over them. So we want it to be at the center. Right. Now it should... we can actually put it as a big rod that runs right through them. Now what you might be thinking is, but that's... now it's gonna, like, you know, it's gonna be stood on this tiny little pipe, right? Or it's gonna be all wobbly and it's gonna be a nightmare. Okay, well we don't need it to have... so we do need it to have a collider. But I think... I hope we can get away with the trigger collider. We also don't need to see this. So basically what you want to do is change the collider to trigger collider and we'll see if this works. And then we can turn off the mesh renderer because we don't need to see this, right? This is like an invisible object. And now when we want to put our puck back to where it's supposed to be, what we can do is we can just copy the world transform of our start position, go give it to our puck. Boop. And he's right back where he's supposed to be. Neat, huh? Okay, so how do we know if that's working or not? Well, we can run it. And what we should see... I suck at this game, by the way. Like, it's actually insane how much I suck at this game. So this might take a few attempts. There we go. It works. So do you see what happened? So I landed in a 1-star square, and what happened is the square detected the player on it, and it recorded itself in our game manager as the last square. Now, because we've already... oh yeah, this is something I didn't show you. So we've got a little debug message here that says spawn new puck. You actually can't see it because of my camera. There it is. So basically, okay, what this is, I did make a couple of changes to our code, because what we need to do is we need to detect when the player has stopped. So what we do is we launch the player, and then I go into play state 3. So if we look at our states, right, we have state 0, which is free move, which is you can move left and right and, you know, make you move. 1 is the first thrust gauge, so state 1 is when you get the thrust gauge as the player that's going up and down. State 2 is launch, which is obviously to launch and apply the force to the object. State 3 is in motion, and then I've created a new state 4 which is retired, like, which could actually also just be stopped, to be honest. I don't know why I didn't just say stopped. Well, it's because the piece is essentially retired. Anyway, whatever, we can call it whatever we want. So what I do now is when I move the player, hang on, when I launch the player, I put it into play state 3, which is in motion. Then I've put some conditional checks for state 3. So here's our conditional checks for state 3, which is to grab the rigid body. We determine whether the puck has started moving or not. Now the reason we need to do this is it takes 4 frames on average. Hello, how are you? It was taking 4 frames on average before magnitude was being recorded in the physics object, in the rigid body. So what we need to do is make sure magnitude is 0, which means the puck has stopped. But if it doesn't get past 0 for 3 frames, what we basically do is we wait until it goes from 0 to a higher value. Then we basically set the flag to say that the puck has started moving because it takes 4 frames. And then we're basically waiting for it to calm down until it gets to like 0 again. Then we know the puck stopped. So when the puck stops, we then put it into retirement state, which is play state 4, and we call on spawn new puck. How are you, Leviathan? Are you doing well? I think my sound's muted. Just turn over that.
Good, what after you?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Not bad. A dry mouth, and that's about it. My biggest complaint is I have a dry mouth and I can never get in my bathroom. We'll get there. Right, so basically what we'll do is we'll reflect the score in real time from here, and we also need to make sure we include any previous score values. Alright, so let's do that now. So yeah, we don't actually need... Think about this. Probably a better way to do this would be to store the previous score, right? We basically have like a live score and a set score. Let me think about how I want to word this. Yeah, okay. I guess we could do it this way actually. Current score. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is basically, and we can do this on every frame, so we can put it in updates. Right. So what we can do is we can say for score calculations, we can say if last square is not null, which means there is a legitimate score square that's been passed through, then basically we want to preview the score. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to say current score equals last square, which is a score square, dot score value. So what that's going to do is it's going to read the score off here. And let's see. There we go. So we get 10 points for this, 15 points for that, 20 points for this. So what it'll do is it'll pull the score from this and it will put it in here for us. Current score. So then what we can do is we can show two things. And we want player score equals player score, which is itself, plus current score. And then what we want to do is we want to reset that to 0 if it's not currently passing through a square. So we do that with an else. So we can say else. We can just say that is actually gonna, yeah, I just realized something. Yeah, we still need to remember what the score was so we know what we're setting it back to though. Let me think about this. So current score is the current score from the current square, right? Player score, obviously, this is actually, in order to do this really, we need 3 scores. I know that sounds nuts, but there's a reason why. Okay. Bluetooth's messing up again. Okay, I'm gonna make one called potential score, because if we scored 10 points on the last round and we do it this way, then we could potentially score like the maximum points if we pass through this one at the back. But then let's say it goes over, we need it to go back, right? We can't give the player those points because the puck didn't stop there, right? So essentially we need to know what the previous score was before then. So we can't just do the calculation like I originally thought. What we'll do instead is we would say potential score equals player score plus current score, right? And then so this condition here is if we go past the square, right? Let's say we go over, we miscalculate, and our puck goes past the point square. So now what we can do is we can just say potential score is actually just the player score, because we didn't get any point squares. You see what I mean? Because otherwise, like if you add the number to itself, then it just keeps getting bigger, right? You can't make it go smaller again, so it's just going to keep adding to it. But if you use two other values and you grab those numbers from other places, then we can say, oh, okay, ignore this value over here because they didn't get that, and then do it that way. All right. So what we need now is a reference to our score. Yeah, we'll just do the score for now. So we want a public text. These are our debug texts, so I'll put it down here. Public text. My Bluetooth. Let me just go rotate my Bluetooth antenna. It seems to be turning around. And now I'm getting... Alright, hopefully that'll be better. Just keeps typing extra keys and spaces and shit. Right, so it's a text control and it's text score. That seems much better actually. And then on our canvas we have our text score, which is this one. So we want to link that to our text score. So now what we can do in update is the score, we want to show the potential score regardless of whether it lands in either of these conditions. So at the very bottom I'm just going to say txt score equals potential score. Now when the player wait, what? Oh, yeah. No, I know why. Yeah, also, a neat thing we can do with scores, right, is so you can set the number of digits that the score wants to be, right? So a high score in this game would probably go into the double digits, but a low score would probably just be in single digits. If you want, you can specify that by adding D2. So we could make that a 2-digit score. It's always 2 digits. I might do that actually on this one. And on pucks we'll just keep it 1 digit. So D2 means display this as a 2-digit score. So that's nice. So then how do we actually apply our final score? Well, we wait till the puck stops, right? Which we already have a condition for it here. Spawn new puck. Play state equals 4, blah, blah, blah. So spawn new puck would be the perfect place to do it. So right as we are about to spawn a new puck, what we'll do is we'll say player score equals potential score. Okay, let's test that. Now we don't actually have a way to spawn a new puck yet, even though we've got code to do it, because we need to make sure our puck was perfect before we make it a prefab, and then we can spawn it as a prefab. I mean, you can change it as a prefab, but it just makes things easier. Alright, so let's test that first round first. Shut up, Unity. Okay, let's test that first round first. So now what we should see is as we pass through the squares, we should see the score reflect. And you see it's a 2-digit score as well, so we know it's working. So let's do it. Yeah. Yes and no, it didn't quite work properly. Okay. So it also freaking bounced off something here, which it shouldn't be doing because I took all the physics off these. Right, we've got some problems, but we'll get there. But it's kind of working, right? As it went over the squares, the score reflected. But for some reason, potential score. Yeah, potential score shouldn't be 0 right now. It should actually be... Alright, best way to test this now is if we grab our puck, we need to slow things down, right, and see exactly what's happening. So if we grab our puck's not actually supposed to be rotating. Okay, we can move him in the editor. So that's correct. So as we go past score 5, so let's bring our game manager up. As we go past over score 5, oh, for fuck's sake, what am I moving? Right. Hold still. Right, as... Oh, that's why we have this lock, by the way. I forgot. Okay, press this lock here. Then we can grab the puck, and it doesn't change the inspector because we need to read that value. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's so awkward. Why is it moving? Because that's not actually moving. A child is moving, so I don't know why that control's moving. Let's just get a better view. Oh, there, I got it. Right. What we should see... Okay, current score is 5. I'm not sure why current score is 5. It shouldn't be. Okay, so yeah, okay, so what I should be doing is resetting current score back to 0. Okay, the door, fuck my life. I don't know whether they heard it. The doorbell's just gone. Just give me a minute. Right. Okay. So what we're probably going to need to do is reset current score to 0 when we're not on a square, because obviously that shouldn't be added to the potential score. But yeah, as we go over... Yeah, so that's... I still don't know why potential score is going back to 0 though. Potential score is going back to 0 as we go off. as we go off the second scorer and back to the first scorer, it's like the first scorer doesn't send itself across. Yeah, actually, I know why. Do you know why? It's because it doesn't count as an on-trigger enter. Okay, so how do we fix that? So first of all, in Game Manager, right, we want current score to also be reset when it's not, when it's null. So we say potential score equals play score. We also want to say current score equals 0. Okay. Okay, so on our score square, you see what we have access to. On trigger stay. Okay, so what we need is an on trigger stay. So the first condition is the object in question the player? Alright, that's the first thing to check. The second thing to check is, are we... This is really, really weird. Okay, it's as simple as this. What we basically want to do is we want to stop it from not registering ourselves as the score square if there are no other score squares currently registered, right? The reason why, because we could just say, okay, put me in there, right? If the player's on me, put me in there. The reason that's bad is all of these score squares are going to be saying that. So what essentially would happen is when you're on, like this is a great example, this bit here, right? Because this Unity, right? Oh my god, will you let me move my fucking camera? Thank you. Jesus Christ. Right, this score square here overlaps this one, obviously. So essentially we are on, in terms of code, the player is on both squares because we're just, that rod is going straight through them, right? So this score square knows nothing about these other score squares, right? You have to remember this as well. So you have to think about it from like, okay, I am this score square in a complete vacuum and I don't know anything about anything else. What information can I have access to? So if you just said put me in the square, what would happen is when you're on square 2, or even score 3 is even worse because there's 3 score squares on top of each other, these things would be fighting each other constantly. They would be telling our game manager, hey, it's me, and then number 2 would be like, yes, but no, it's me, and then 3 would be like, no, it's me. And yeah, technically it's all 3 of them because they overlap each other, but we only want to score the player on the last score square that they entered. So essentially our code wants to say if the last square is null, and we do a double equals for that, then basically we want to put ourselves in the score square, because what it means is the player passed over a score square that was on top, but they went past and now they're on our score square underneath. That's what that basically means. And we can test that now in the editor. So if we grab our puck, there he is. Alright, and we check our score. Right, our scores, why the hell is our score 5? What is happening? Right, that's clearly not working. Now it's just... Now it's never going to null. What the hell is happening? Yeah, as soon as we press play, on trigger stay. Oh, wait a minute. That got changed somehow. Okay, that should be on trigger enter. So it should be on trigger enter, on trigger exit, and on trigger stay. I'm not sure how, I was probably looking for that one, that's why. And put that there so it looks neat. Okay, I'll try it now. Yeah, I think it got changed to on trigger when I was trying to find the other one because I wasn't sure what the syntax was. Let me just move this here a bit. Okay. So if we grab out, press play, it shouldn't score us 5. Okay, I'm just going to ask fucking ChatGPT because I don't see anything wrong with that. But I don't normally use on trigger stay. I've never used it before in my life. So there might be something I'm misunderstanding about it. I swear to God, this blue... Okay, you know what? Actually, I just remembered what did fix my Bluetooth keyboard before. If I just turn it off and turn it back on again. Hopefully it will get better. Because this is hard enough without a keyboard that just isn't typing properly. Right, it seems to be related to how you're handling the scoring logic and tracking the player's position relative to the score square. Specifically, the overlap of squares and the player being scored even when not on a square can occur due to how you're updating manager last square. Here's a breakdown of what you might be going wrong and how to fix it. Overlapping squares. If score square objects are overlapping, it's possible for the player to trigger multiple squares at once. Not really, because that... Well, why do you think I wrote it to say only do this if the score square is null? Right, all I was trying to find out, and it seems like it's saying that my on-trigger conditions are correct. That's all I needed to know. I'm not, forget it. ChatGPT can't help me. Basically, what that means, I know this means hello, Pika. What that basically means when ChatGPT says something like that is, as far as I can see, it should be correct too.
Shortime Pika 787.
That's what that basically
Beta
means.
Says, it's always good to check if things are working before you start to do things.
Well, you can't in this because it's you've got to write the code first and then see if the code is working. You can't test the code before you write the code. But that's what we're doing now. Right, the first thing I want to do I'm going to make a variable called detected of type collider, and basically in all of these situations, I'm going to set collider to other. So I'm going to say collider equals other here. No, I don't. I say detected equals other here. I'm going to say detected equals other here. And I'm going to say detected equals other here. And here I'm going to say detected equals null. Because what this should help me understand is whether, because the logic is good, right? And even ChatGPT confirmed that the logic is good, but the way it's behaving is as if the player is colliding with the score square, as if something is triggering this one here. So if that's true, it should show the player collider when it's not on there, which doesn't make sense. Right, at the moment that's locked. Yes, it is. That's exactly what it's doing. Right. Points 1, that doesn't make any sense. Points 1 is saying it detects the player collider right now, so this is why it's not working. Now, why the hell it's doing that, I have no idea. So let's find the player collider. The player collider is underneath the player where it's supposed to be. Big rod up its bum. So why this is saying it detects this, I have no idea. That doesn't make any sense. I assume it's coming from on trigger state. Okay, I'm going to do a debug message in the console and see if it appears in the console. I think it will. Just to confirm that it's coming from stay and not enter. It's got to be coming from stay, but even that doesn't make sense. But then again, I've never used stay before, so maybe I'm misunderstanding something about stay. Yeah, it's coming from stay. Okay, upon further
On Twitch, Short Time Giga 778 says, in my younger years I loved learning as much as I can about computers until it changed a bit for me, but I won't tell you the reason why since it's one of my secrets and it would get me bullied by the gaming community if I was going to reveal it.
What gaming community? There's probably only you and me here. Right, upon further testing, on trigger stays detecting player collider when player is at the start of a level. Am I misunderstanding this function? Yeah, sounds like there might be some confusion about how on trigger stay works. Let me clarify its behavior and provide a solution to your issue. On trigger enter called once when a collider enters the trigger. On trigger stay called every frame for every collider that is within the trigger. Yeah, but it's not within the trigger. That's my point. This includes when the collider first enters and every frame it remains within the trigger. Yeah, that's what I want. That's not what it's doing though. That is not what it's doing. The issue, if on trigger stay is detecting the player when the level starts, it's just that the player's collider is already within the bounds. No, it's not. It's absolutely not. How do I see the collider? Yeah, it's absolutely not, because you can see it there. That's it there. That doesn't make any sense. So it does work the way I expected it would work, but it is misreporting the player as being on within the colliders. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, well, let me just check something. It could be, okay, so what's probably happening? Okay, so on trigger stage, actually, okay, I'm actually somewhat wrong about this, because there are other score squares overlapping it and other things with other colliders. Yeah, this should be firing on every frame, but what shouldn't be happening is, what shouldn't be happening is it shouldn't be detecting the player there. So I'm going to move this debug message and I'm going to put it within the player detection zone, and then see if it comes in the console there. Yeah, don't let anybody bully you about learning stuff. They're just idiot. Anyone who's bullying you about learning stuff is just an idiot. Knowledge is power. No, it's still it is still saying, it's still saying the player is colliding with point square 1. This makes zero sense. And the strange, like the weirdest part of it is that it's only doing it on score square 1. Like you would think that if this was...
It might reveal a bit of it to you. In my younger years, I was going to take courses in it until one day a fateful thing happened to me that changed that, and that's when I was playing a game called Neverwinter on Xbox One, which was a free-to-play game, until suddenly. I won't reveal any more about my secret than that, since it was quite serious.
So it sounds like whatever happened made it impossible for you to do the courses. Is it impossible for you to do them online or anything? Because that sucks, man. Yeah, sometimes life do that, sadly. But you know, if you still want to pursue it, and there are a lot more options available than there used to be, you don't have to physically go to college anymore. You know, there's a lot of ways to do things online. Even if you don't do a course, I mean, to be honest, right? So I've done a course recently, right? I did some game development course. Well, I did 2 actually. I started off on 1, and they didn't really know that much, because these were like young teachers. It was a relatively new course, you know what I mean? And like, I've been using uni for like 12 years, so I'm not trying to sound like a arrogant or anything, but like, I genuinely knew more than they did about the technical side of things, but I think they were trying to teach it more from a design perspective or whatever. So yeah, but I kind of knew a lot of that stuff just from watching YouTube videos. So I ended up leaving that course because I wasn't learning anything. I was teaching them, which is really weird. But I'm old and I've been doing this a long time, so like, you know, I just kind of thought, well, this is no good for me. So then I found a better course and just did most of it online. and that was better for me. But I still think I still learn more on my own. So if you like learning, courses is one way to go. But if you're in a situation where you can't do courses anymore, you can totally teach yourself, and it's easier than ever, right? Because the resources that are available to us now. I mean, look, use me as a resource. This is what I'm trying to do, right? I'm trying to show people how it's done, do it live, because it might help somebody. And if anybody has any questions, they can come and ask me. I'm going to share the code, upload it to GitHub, you know. And there are lots of people doing stuff like this now, so it's easier than ever to get help. It's easier than ever to see examples, to get code, to do research, watch YouTube videos. The resources are endless. So, you know, whatever situation you're in, it does sound like it sucks. But, you know, even if you can only manage, I don't know, a couple of hours a week because you know it's so difficult for you. As long as you're not, you know, overdoing it. If you can comfortably manage a couple of hours a week and you enjoy that and you get a lot out of it, you know, that could really help. You know, you could always do that. But yeah, try not to let these things. I know it's easier said than done.
When I was playing,
don't
that
let them
game
make you
one
think you
day,
can't
the
do it,
best
is what
way
I'm
I
saying.
could describe it is that I blacked out and lost time, and when I woke there was 2 medical people in my house, and this happened nearly 10 years ago, and I'm not revealing any more than that, but I still take the risk today, but at a slower rate.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You got to be careful. But yeah, as long as you're careful, you know. I mean, if you're able to play games and watch me on stream, you know, you could probably follow a few tutorials from home, I would think. And if there's something that you're interested in, I say go for it. I'm basically just trying to say, you know, don't let it stop you. 25, 10. Okay, it's so weird. This is like, it's kind of working, but kind of not. So as we go from 5 to 10, that works correctly.
Short Time Pika 778 asks,
But when going...
what do you think about viewers with epilepsy?
I've had a few friends with epilepsy, and they live mostly normal lives. They can't drive. They have to be careful when playing certain video games. I've had one of my best friends, Martin, we used to go to nightclubs together, and sometimes if there was too many flashing lights, you know, I'd have to walk him home, and you know, we'd just chat, and you know, I enjoyed that actually. Those are some of my fondest memories, nights out. You know, we sort of looked out for each other because we were friends. You can live a totally normal life. You just got to be careful. And it's quite common. But yeah, you've got to be careful because, you know, obviously it can be really, really bad if you're not being careful and you have a fit or something. And, you know, having people around you who can look out for you, that's important. Right, so 5 and 10 is working, but 15's going back to 5 sometimes rather than 10. So you can see how this gets kind of awkward, can you? It's hit and miss. So I can tell you the reason why this is happening. I don't know why it's automatically detecting that needs to be fixed. I just don't really know how to
I
fix
owe
it.
you a bit of an explanation on why I suddenly disappeared after June 2023.
I mean, you don't owe me anything, because you know you don't you have no obligation to me. So make sure make sure you understand that. If you want to be here, that's great. I'm happy to have you. But don't feel like you're letting me down or something. If you're not, I'm a fully grown dude. I'm doing my own thing. It's fine. I appreciate you being here and everything, but don't feel like you need to be or anything. If you want to be, that's good, but you don't need to be. But yeah, I mean, from obviously, I'm picking up a lot of what you're saying. It sounds like this probably happened in between you last being involved with a stream and then sort of disappearing for a while. Yeah, that sucks, man. I'll move this one back here a little bit. Okay, I'll tell you what else we can do. It might be that, because this can happen sometimes. Sometimes, like, there's just an object that you're not aware of that's like, there's another copy of an object somewhere and you've lost track of it, you didn't realize it was there. You know what it might be?
Now about last night, I'm sorry if I was ruined the fun last night, but I was only trying to light up and make the stream fun for its Friday night.
No, it's fine. I was just, this takes a lot of brain power, and it was a bit distracting, but it's fine. I needed a break anyway. It's got the mesh collider in it. It's got a mesh collider in it, but it doesn't have a script on it. Okay, so what we can do is let's just close these levels, because the next thing we need to do is make sure there isn't another instance of that script causing this to happen. Make sure it is one of our score squares that's doing it. Ah, there you go. 12 years of Unity experience has taught me this. Okay, so what do we know now? So what we know now is our code is probably working correctly, but there is another instance, and an instance is basically just a copy. I've left a copy of the script is running somewhere else outside of our level system, so we need to find it. So we know it's coming from the score square script, so hopefully, can we just search for score square? I think we can. I don't know where it is. It's not supposed to be there. Oh shoot, that's renaming it. No, it's here I want to be. So if we type score square in here, we can search. There we go. So apparently, well, that's even weirder. According to search, there is no other instance of score square. This is really strange. Okay, another thing we can do is we can make it so that our debug message, which appears here,
I'm only able to continue playing
reports.
video games since I take medication, and on my newest device I started wearing blue light glasses to tune down my risk.
Yeah, you do want to be careful with that. You don't want to overdo it. But yeah, I mean, my friend who had it, he used to play he loved FIFA. He used to play FIFA and stuff like that, and it was mostly fine. He was good. I think you probably get it if this is a newer thing for you. I think what made it good for him, I think, is he'd had it most most of his life. And I think he'd just gotten good at sort of detecting the signs, right? So like he knew when, you know, he was starting to feel unwell. He knew when it was starting to happen or whatever. So that's when he would like grab me and say, you know, are you all right? You know, are you all right to walk me home? Because he knew that, like, you know, if he couldn't just go off on his own in case something happened, and he knew I'd be fine with it, and I'd be like, oh yeah, you know, it's a lot of strobe lights in here. Yeah, okay, let's get you out of here. So he could tell that, you know, it was starting to affect him or whatever. And this, you know, he's still a big drinker to this day. Actually, he's a big drinker. So all of this is with him, you know, blind drunk most of the time as well. I don't know about blind drunk, but certainly, you know, under the influence. So if, you know, you're probably sober most of the time, you can get better at recognizing the signs, and that's going to be really useful to you. Is sort of getting better at knowing when, you know, okay, I need to put this game down. I can tell I'm starting to feel a bit unwell, and don't risk it. Don't risk it. It's not worth it. Because that game's not going anywhere, right? You can always pick it up later. So yeah, I think that's probably worth doing, is just sort of, and you'll do that over time, I would imagine, right? The more experience you get, it's like video games, right? The more experience you get, the better you get at it. So the more experience you get with this, you know, with these feel, I mean, I don't know what it's like, because
I
obviously I
played
don't know.
Z's for like an hour, and I survived it, and I basically skipped the cutscenes in that.
Yeah, I think the cutscenes probably have less flashing in them. Well, it depends. So some of them are action cutscenes, so yeah, you're probably right. The story cutscenes should be fine though. Yeah, you want to be careful with games like that though, because there is a lot of. It's a very fast. That's supposed to be a very fast-paced, hectic game, so I would imagine that's going to be a bit more risky for you than others. Okay, what we can do is we can get this debug message to say what object it is, right? So if we just say this dot name, then when we save that and run it, wherever that's coming from, it will say in the debug exactly where it's coming from. It will include its own object name, and then we'll know. Yeah, so it is coming from points 1. This is so bizarre. Do I have a second copy of points 1? This is one of those situations where I'm like, I don't even know how this is happening right now. I really don't. Because points 1 is turned off.
I played 4 to 6 hours like at once, or with very short breaks back in June 2023.
Okay, I'm just closing Unity and I'm reopening it because this isn't making any sense. We can stop this from showing up, by the way, if we just tick that box. There we go. Okay, let's see if it's still doing it. Okay, now it's not doing it. Unity bug. That was a Unity bug. Oh goody. Yeah, well, there's a reason this says preview in it, okay, so just be aware of this. Yeah, sometimes that happens as well. Okay, so there was nothing wrong with our project, there was nothing wrong with our code, there was nothing wrong with anything. Unity just, there was a bug. I don't know, something wasn't working correctly in Unity itself. So,
but besides all of my IRL health issues, I'm still looking forward to Lua version 1.2.
Well, good. Okay, so we go over points 1. And when we go off it, it goes to 0. Okay, it's working fine now. Right, but that should go from 15 to 10. Okay, so how do we fix this? I'll show you. Okay, so if you think about it, the highest scoring squares are always going to be on top of the lowest scoring squares. In fact, I actually set it up this way, right? If you look at these squares, the Y value is the child height compared to the parent of squares. So points 1 starts at 0 from its parent. Points 2 goes to 0, 0, 0.0001. 0.0002, 3. So essentially what that means is they're slightly higher up than each other, right? So that they don't, you know, so that we can see them on top of each other. Ever so slightly,
They announced the
microscopically.
maintenance, and it's happening on August 15th at 6 a.m. UTC, plus 8 to 1 p.m. UTC, plus 8.
Well, I'm more hyped for Zenless update, to be honest. Are we getting new area or story? Or is it just new characters? Because I only really care about the areas and stories for that game. Well, content, you know. Characters aren't content. Okay. Okay. It seems it was a Unity bug, as after restarting, everything now works. However, if I pass my player, or if I pass my player over the third stacked score square.
So
Back
far, we're getting a new
onto
character
the
story and a themed event like Lantern Rite in
second.
Genshin, and also what I heard online, the
first
character
score
coming after
square.
Chanli is the Brush Girl.
Gets assigned rather than the second. Since the higher the score, the slightly higher the position. Since the higher the score, the slightly higher the position, I need a way to give priority to the highest scoring square if multiples are still being detected. How can I adjust for that? Okay. Right, sorry, I had to concentrate on that. So far we're getting a new character story and a themed event. Like a Lantern Rite. Yeah, character stories I don't really care. I want a new main story, like a new, you know, like we got with the last one. You know what I mean? A new area. We got the whole firmament or whatever it was, story arc. That's what I was curious about. But if it's just a character story, it's like a dead Genshin patch, right? It's just gonna be a dead Wuthering Waves patch. Okay, to prioritize the highest scoring square when multiple squares are being detected, you can modify the logic to compare the score value. Okay. I knew that's what I needed to do. It's just I've got a headache right now and I'm too lazy to do it. Okay, let's see if that adjustment works anyway. So we'll run it. Grab our puck. So we go over score. Right, it's doing score 10 right now. No. Is it Unity being Unity again? Let me find out. It could just be Unity being Unity again. This sucks though. Yeah, I'm not happy with this version of Unity if it's going to continue to do this. Although, to be fair, like, it's one of those things where once it's set and working, it shouldn't be a problem. But still, this shouldn't be happening. Seems like some Unity bug. Yep, it's a Unity bug, so you score 0 like it should be. So there's some weird issue with collisions right now in Unity in this version. So there we go. As we go over score 5 and we go off score 5, we can see it's scoring us 5.
You also can looking forward to their themed event as well in Rua, but it expected to be like one of the first Lantern Rite we got in Genshin.
Right, so it's working from 0 to 5. We can see it. Now it should go from 5 to 10. Yeah. And as we go back, it should go back to 5, which it does. Okay, that's correct. And then as we go over this one, it should go to 15. Yep, it should go back to 10. There we go. And then as we go over here, it should go to 20. And it should go back to 15. Yeah. And then 25 and back to 20. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, so it's all working. It's all working beautifully. Okay, so let's just run it and see how bad I am at this game. I'll give you a clue. I'm terrible at it. Okay, so oh, that wasn't bad. I scored 40. Okay, so now what we need to do, we can see I scored 40, that's great. It said I had pucks 0. Okay. But really I should start with, I don't know, whatever we want. 3 pucks. We could have 5 pucks, whatever we want. I mean, let's see. How many do you get in Genshin? I don't know. Let's load the one in Genshin. I'm thinking 3 or 5 pucks to start with would probably be about right. Let's see how they did it. Let's see what they gave us. I'm really pleased with that.
Today in Rua, I basically did all the normal stuff except for changing out one of my rover's echoes and popped it on my Genshell, which increased my Genshell's crit rate from 57.1% to around 66% on my Genshell.
New outfit. Amber's not actually getting a new outfit, is she? Okay,
it
so
looks like you're now playing Genshin Impact. Would you like me to update the stream?
No. No, we are not. We're not We are playing Genshin Impact, but we're also not playing Genshin. The stream is not playing Genshin Impact. I'm just getting an idea.
Short Time Pika 778 asks, at PC Boo, are you going to switch to Paimon mode? Hey, at Short Time Pika 778. I'll stay in Boo mode for now to help with all your tech questions. Let's keep the energy up. Rocket.
Yeah, she's not. I haven't programmed it to be aware of which version she is. At least not yet. I don't know if I will. Have I not cleared these stages? Okay, I need to clear these stages actually. I don't know. It said ticked, but it didn't tick it there. Okay, so let's see how many they give us. So we've got current score on the left. Not sure what that meter is at the top. I never really paid much attention to it. I am so bad at this game. Okay, that one didn't work, did it? Also, they've done different types of finches. We could try messing with that. I don't even know what they do either, really. Okay, I got 2 points. $8 points. So, okay, you got 3 finches on that stage at least. Yeah, I said between 3 and 5, didn't I? So we can do the same. Well, let's just see if they're all like that. Oh, I'm supposed to knock the finch balls out. Okay, I did really good. Actually, I did really good. It doesn't. It says swap finch balls, but that's not actually doing anything. Oh, I think I was just slightly too much. I'm supposed to knock the finch balls out, right? How the hell am I meant to do that?
Maybe try adjusting the settings a bit for a better balance.
Ah, bollocks. No, I just suck at this game. Don't worry about it. You don't have to be good at games to make games, thankfully. Okay. Why is it not doing it? Okay, I knocked him out.
You don't know who else will use the eye echo in a stream, so you might want to get around to remove it to avoid anyone else spending channel points on that.
No, I'm just messing about. I don't care about it. People can do whatever they want. If I didn't want people to do stuff, I'd take it out. I like to... The whole reason somebody activates Echo is to watch me suffer, so I pretend to suffer. I mean, it is a little bit annoying, but that's the whole point. It's like, what is it? It's only like 3 minutes or something. Right. Yeah, so it's three finches either way. Let's try the third one. Well, it's actually the fourth one, but it's the third one for me today. Okay. Oh, God. See, there's something weird about this, actually. It doesn't... Oh, it's right stick. Okay, I don't actually know what how these change. I guess I would have to learn. I was pressing the D-pad.
PlayCompile has requested I share one of my fun facts. In Japan, Domino's started testing pizza delivery via reindeer in 2016.
Oh, I'm getting better. The things with games like this is it's just learning what the strength needs to be. I get really good once I get the hang of it. I think that was the maximum score actually. Yeah, so we get three finches, which feels right to me. This is the game you should be playing if you have issues with flashing and stuff, because not only is this the best game ever made, but it's like it's really casual and chill, so it's perfect for something like that if you have conditions you need to watch out for. Because they don't go overboard with anything like that, I don't feel. There we go, that's what I was looking for. rewards. Oh, I need to get ready for Natlan though. Okay, so we'll close that for now. So we got 3 Finchballs, so let's set that up. So in Game Manager, what we can do, I've called them pucks. Unity, what are you doing? Okay, right.
I watched your yesterday's stream and the ghost appeared up with the subscribe banner instead of the follow banner.
It's not a ghost, it's a bangboo, and it cycles. It'll show the follow banner and it'll show the subscribe banner, and then it shows the follow. Because I can't send out a separate stream to YouTube and Twitch. They're both the same stream. So I just show one of each on both streams. So it's supposed to do that. So yeah, it'll be about 15 minutes it'll show the Twitch one, and then in 15 minutes it'll show the YouTube one, and in 15 minutes it goes back to the Twitch one. It just does that all the time. Right, so public int, we want pucks, which we'll set to 3. Okay. So the next thing we need to do is make a prefab of our puck. So what we want to do is we want to make a folder in our project that called prefabs, and then all we do is we drag our game object into the prefabs folder. We can make an original or a prefab variant. We want an original prefab for this one, and then also in our code we need to link that. So we just use a normal game object.
Short Time Pika 778 asks, at PC Boo, do you know the Embrace watch from Empatica?
So we call it player prefab.
Yes, the Embrace watch from Empatica is designed to track seizures using advanced sensors. It's a helpful tool for individuals with epilepsy.
Okay. So this part is very important. Okay. This might look confusing. So we have 2 pucks, right? Which is confusing. But they're not the same object. So player prefab, which I've just added, should point to your new prefabs, your new copy of the game object in the prefabs folder. And an object player should point to the object on the field. In the inspector. And if one of these needs to change, the other one needs to change, because this is how we make new copies of things, basically. Okay. So what we want to do is in our code, when we spawn a new player, spawn new puck, right? We want to reduce the number of pucks, so we can just say pucks minus minus, which means take 1 off the number of pucks. And then here we would say if pucks equals 0.
When I return to Genshin after version 4.8, I'll be changing the brightness.
Okay, so what I'm saying here is if pucks equals 0, that needs to be a double equals. So basically, if we've run out of pucks, then it's game over, right? End game. So for now, I'm just going to put a debug message in our console that says game end. So we score the player, right? We reduce the number of pucks. If the number of pucks is 0, then we end the game. And this wants to be an else because essentially if it's not the last puck, then we need to make a new puck for the player, right? So we want an else here, and then this is where we make a new puck. So what we want is we declare, well, we already have a game object. You would normally declare a game object, right? But we've already declared one called object player. So we can basically say object player actually, let me think about this. Yeah, I think this will make a new object even if there's one already set. I don't know if I've ever done it this way before actually. This should work, I think. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to say object player instantiate, and then we give it the prefab, so it's player prefab. So instantiate basically creates a clone. So we create a clone in object player using player prefab, and we can give it a position. So we made an object called start position here, so we need to reference that as well. So if we do a public, I'll put it in between these two, and we can use transform actually.
Short Time Pika 778 asks, did you want to see my Genshin profiles from my accounts that I've played on over 2 years?
You showed them to me before. I'm pretty sure I've seen them. Okay, so we're setting start position and start position. So what we do is we instantiate one of these into one of these. Okay. And we're using this position as the position. What we also want to do is it will rename it. So we're going to say puck 3, 2, 1. Local transform local scale. We also want to apply the local scale to start position dot transform dot local scale, and we also want to apply the local rotation. So local rotation equals start position dot local transform. Actually, we can we do local rotation? We can do local rotation directly. Really? That seems weird. Why would that not be a transform? I'm going to add transform in there because I don't feel like it should. It probably would have been fine, but it's kind of weird that it wasn't through the transform. Okay, so we make a cloned object, a new puck.
My Asia one has
put it where it's supposed to start.
And has a much more higher adventure rank than my EU one.
We put it where it's supposed to start. We apply the rotation. We apply the scale, and we reduce the number of pucks here. All right, so let's test that. So now what should happen is after our first puck's been played, okay, that we've got an issue. You see how pucks hasn't updated? Yeah, we didn't update the UI. Let's do that now. So basically, yeah, we could just do it in update, to be fair. Okay, so we've got txt score.text. We don't have txt pucks, so we need to reference that. So actually, let me just type some random shit in there so we can get back down to it easily. And then where we've got our text score, we'll also reference the text pucks, which is actually lives. I think I called it lives. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, it does want to go to string. Okay, if we don't specify D2, which is 2 digits, then it will just do 1 digit by default, which is all we need. Because we would never have more than 3 pucks anywhere.
I'll have nearly a 1,000 gold echo tuning items in Wuwa on the EU server.
Okay, so TXT lives, which is this one, is where we put our TXT pucks number. So let's test it now. Okay, so now we can see, okay, there's an issue. It's saying we've got 20 score, we haven't done anything, so there's something's wrong. I bet it's, okay, it might just be Unity being buggy again, probably. Let's just save it. You know what, this is actually really starting to piss me off. In fact, I might even upgrade it to my other version of Unity that I like to use, because this is actually ridiculous how many times this bugs out. This release of Unity is not good. There's something majorly wrong with it. What the fuck? Okay, I don't know. It seems... It looks like it bounced off one of the score things, which it shouldn't be doing because they're not even proper colliders. Yeah, this version of Unity is absolute garbage. Okay, it should have scored me on 0 because okay, you see what's happened. Okay, so it should have scored me on 0 because we actually went past. Okay, so where's our new puck? Good question. It actually looks like there's something there. Yeah, you see it? So I don't know why, because we said scale. Maybe it's not local scale. So it's actually there. It's just really, really tiny. But the other interesting thing is I don't see it in the inspector. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. This version of Unity is driving me insane. This is not right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to back up the project and we're going to upgrade it to the version that I normally use, because this is actually insane. It's not behaving correctly at all. Finchball. And if you ever do this with a project, always back it up before you do this, because things can break. Always back up your projects regularly anyway. I need to replace this coil because it doesn't feel like it's... hitting like it should. Right, okay, so to change the version, we can just do it here, basically. So I'm going to use, which is actually apparently an earlier version, but I'm just having too many issues with this version. So we click change version, we've backed it up. I definitely feel more comfortable in this version, I think. Yeah, that's supposed to have come out of pre-release. Well, it's not out of pre-release, but it's not like a nightly build type thing. Well, these aren't really nightly builds either. It's the one after nightly builds, whatever the hell you call those. Bleeding edge build or whatever the hell. But with it, whatever they've done, I think they've broken it more. Come on. Just as I was about to look at fucking YouTuber. What if you're gonna fucking sit there and do nothing? This guy's amazing. Sound and the Fourier transform. What the hell is that? This guy's amazing.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Coding Adventures. Today, I'd like to play around a bit with sound. So I'm doing something a bit bizarre at the moment known as talking. Perhaps you've heard of it. Basically, through some combination of vibrating vocal folds, mouth shape and tongue placement, I suppose, I'm able to create pressure waves that travel through the air at various specific frequencies. Some of these are hitting the microphone here, causing a little...
Where is he going to be coding his own lip syncing? I hope so, because that would be so good. Because he shares all his code as well. Because I'll admit, my my current lip sync solutions for things are not ideal. They're very basic and crap, but they're like ones with a paid thing that I used called Salsa, which only really does, you can set like 3 thresholds for like noise, amounts of noise, and I've kind of made my own version of something like that as well, and that's normally what I use. But like proper lip syncing will actually detect like letters and vowels and, you know, shape the mouth according to the thing that's being said. Okay, it's probably going to do the same thing, but let's just see. There was just unexpected behaviors in like inspectors and with triggers and all kinds of things. So let's see what this does, if it feels any better. it's computing variance right now. Yeah, okay, it might be because I'm trying to spawn it in an existing object. Okay, it spawned it on start position. Not at start position. Okay, that's kind of weird. Okay, so instead what we'll do is we'll declare a new game object, right? Which we'll just say new player or new puck. So we want to create a new game object called new puck equals new. Oh no, we don't even have to do that actually. We can just declare. Okay, no. What we do is we say equals instantiate, right? Then we can set. And then do all this. Yeah, okay, of course, because one's a reference and one's an object. Okay, I know where I went wrong. Because one's a reference and one's an object. So what we do is let's just spawn it in root, and then we'll say new puck dot transform dot position equals start position. Dot transform dot position. And then we'll do local position just to make sure everything's set properly. Probably won't have one, to be honest, but we'll just make sure all these are set correctly. And then we'll do scale, which is global scale. Actually, I don't know that there is a global scale. There's local scale and lossy scale, which we can't set. Okay, so local scale's fine, but there is a global rotation, so we can do new puck transform rotation equals start position dot transform dot rotation. And then local rotation, yeah. And then what we want to do at the end is we need to make sure that we set the object player, which is a reference to new puck. And the reason we do that is so that because everything that this current script does is doing it to object player. So this object player needs to make sure it's pointing to the correct game object, essentially. So that's why we do that. All right, this should be fine, I think. Yes, it worked, but also, okay, a couple of things wrong, like a million things wrong. Yeah, I mean, there's like actually a fucking million things wrong with it. This is actually infuriating. So first of all, I shouldn't have scored 20 points. Secondly, it shouldn't have bounced off anything because there's nothing to fucking bounce off. Thirdly, it doesn't want to leave. It doesn't want the charge engage when it's finished. And fourthly, I can't move my player as it's respawned. So this is, yeah, I know why. I know why. Okay, so yeah, we also need to call the function setup player. And let's just make sure that setup player enables enables the movement controller as well. So it was input move, enable. Okay. So that should fix the issue of the player not being able to move. The issue of it bouncing off things that it's not supposed to bounce off, I don't know why it's doing that. The scoring is a Unity bug. It's actually fucking insane that that's happening across both versions. That probably won't happen if I just save and restart Unity, but how many times are we having to save and restart Unity now to get around its bugs? It's actually ridiculous. It bouncing off these things, I don't know whether that could be related to the same Unity bug or not, I don't know, but let me just double check. Because all we need to do is make sure there are no colliders that are actually colliders. So let's first of all make sure our stars only have mesh renderers, which they do. So they're only visual, so that's fine. Our squares will have colliders and they should be triggers, which they are. So if they're triggers, then nothing can bounce off them. They don't have any mass. So again, I feel like this is a Unity bug, which is actually kind of infuriating. And as for the gauge, being enabled, so our visual state appearances are all here, so we need to add one for state 4. So we'll just copy that. If state is 4, then both of these should be turned off. Yeah, see what it's doing is it's saying input move disable, which I'm just going to take that out. That's why I wasn't able to move my player afterwards. But yes, that's true to a degree. But also we're going to be instantiating a new player and setting the new player up anyway. And for that, the input wants to be re-enabled again. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to close and reopen Unity because this is clearly a fucking bug. And I'm getting more and more angry. Because like I can't fix Unity, do you know what I mean? Like, it's doing your own game in Unity is hard enough. But if Unity is broken in somewhere, do you know what I mean? You can only make something as good as the tools that you have to make them with, unless you can work around. But it's just like, for crying out loud, like, this is hard enough as it is. I mean, you know, at the same time, right, it's my own, well, it's not my own fault really. But yeah, you can significantly reduce the amount that stuff like this happens by using like long-term service builds that are like much more tried and tested. But that's kind of beside the point. Right, okay. Okay. That almost worked.
Yeah, Genshin was even designed using Unity.
Yeah, all horror games are in Unity for now. Right, we have some issues. I don't know why it scored me 40. But anyway, we can move a second puck. These are all little things. Okay, what state are we in? Again, Unity bug. This is actually driving me insane. Has anybody else had these freaking issues before? This is actually insane.
Short Time Pika 778 asks, would you play a game from Hoyo if they decided to switch game engines to something like Unreal?
They'll never use Unreal. But yeah, I'll play their games because they make good games, but they won't use Unreal because they're already making their own engine based on Unity to get away from Unity. I love these angry people. I've watched 18 tutorials and tried to figure this out for 3 hours. None of the tutorials are accurate. If you don't set is trigger to true, then you can't enter the collider. If you set the trigger to true, then you go right through the game object because there's no physics. Yeah, it's supposed to work that way. Is trigger set to true? Box no longer acts like a box. What do you mean by acts like a box? How does a box act exactly all square? Yeah, he's a bit square. He's alright, but he's a bit square. He's a bit of a square. His trigger is set to false. Cannot enter the collider. I've tried everything. Every tutorial has shown. I don't understand. Like it's like he's upset. You want to detect. So what are you trying to? It sounds like he hasn't explained himself though. Okay, I'm guessing he wants to detect when a player bumps into an object rather than enters an object, so that he can actually collide with it. In which case, just do like a raycast or whatever. I need a way to enter a collider without setting is trigger to true. What? We'll just enter it without a collider then? This guy's an idiot. Yeah, I wish my problems were so simple. If on collision enter never triggering. No, see the problem I'm having, and it's inconsistent, which is the worst kind of thing, is it's detecting colliders that are not actually anywhere near it. It's definitely a bug, 100%. But what can I do about it? This is so dumb. As I go over it, yeah, so it's always, what the fuck? Now it's just completely broken. Does changing it to continuous detection change anything? No. What about adding rigid bodies to the squares. I can't see how that would help. There has to be a way to work around this. It's still doing it. And we know it's a bug because if we restart Unity, we know that it's going to start working again. Until it doesn't. I need to fucking send them this project and show them what a fucking mess they've made of this. Because it's a nice light project for them to look at as well. And just show them how fucking broken this is. Because this is actually ridiculous. This is actually ridiculous. I haven't changed any I haven't put any weird values in anywhere, have I? I'm using time 1 now, I think. Time unit frames, time, oh, it's timeline. Oh, that's preferences, that's why I want project settings. Project settings. Yeah, timescale 1, physics, settings, shared game object, bounce threshold 2, default maximum, deep penetration velocity, sleep threshold. Simulation mode, fixed update, invoke collision callbacks, default contact pairs. I mean, these are all defaults. None of this should need to be changed. But if we play it now, I bet it's fine. It's like it breaks. Throughout, like, yeah, it's working fine when I run it from nothing. And then when I run it a second time, yeah, I need to send this to them. Is it a problem with the editor or a problem with the player? Probably a problem with the editor, I would think. Always. What happened when first running the game, trigger colliders work correctly. When running the game a second time, they misreport. Upon restarting Unity, everything works again until it doesn't.
Maybe problem with the software.
Yeah, it is. That's why I'm reporting it as a bug to them. How can we reproduce it using the example you attached? Play it once. See expected results. Play it twice. Unexpected trigger detections. this also occurs in the Unity 6 pre-release build too. The Unity 6 major pre-release build too. Alright. Alright. Send it. I do wonder if that custom timescale is messing with it in somewhere. It shouldn't, but that might be the cause of it. So as a workaround, I could maybe try to tune
I played all 3 versions
things.
of GTA 4 when I was younger, and if you catch the train in that game I wanted to get from the airport to the top island, then you had to always go to Easton Station to change trains to get there.
So random. Is it not finished? Is it not finished? I thought it was.
Short Time Pika 778 asks, what feature are you looking forward to the most when it comes to WUWA version 1.2?
Oh my god, you and Wuthering Waves, you know, I already told you I don't care until it gets a new story. I don't even know what features get. All we get is new characters, right? I don't care about the characters, I'm skipping them, so it's just a snooze fest. It's just, I'm not looking forward to anything because I don't want the characters and there's no new content. So I'm not looking forward to anything. It's just going to be a dead patch. Is it going to let me close it or what? I don't know whether it's sent. I'm pretty sure it's sent it. I think I just say yes to this, hopefully, because otherwise I'm going to be sat here all day. Sorry, I'm just frustrated at this as well. It's like, you know what I mean? I put a lot of work into this and it's just not freaking working properly. And that's not my fault. So for now, let's try taking out the time scale completely. let's restart Unity again and see if that makes it any better. The problem with that is it's going to be running way too fast, so then I have to retune everything. So even if this fixes the problem, like it's like I've got to start again with the whole physics thing. It's just so irritating. And I don't even know whether this is going to fix it. So yeah, it's just irritating. Okay, and it's freaking bouncing again. Oh my god, I want to kill somebody. I'm actually ready to kill somebody at this point. Right, first of all, find out if it's scoring me when it shouldn't be. On the second run. Yep. Fucking thing is fucked. It's got nothing. It's not even to do with the timescale. Even the timescale doesn't change it. It's just broken. It just doesn't work. Okay, luckily it's a pretty simple project. So where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Well, I want the time scale back in again because that didn't actually fix anything, and I've lost access to Control and Z now. So we're gonna have to go into our backup. Because I can't remember the syntax. Assets, scripts, game manager. Okay, grab that code. So there it is there. After setup player, we want time.timescale. Yeah, okay, I probably could have remembered that, but I'm just frustrated right now. I'm just so sick of feeling like all I ever do is fix other people's broken shit, and like it's hard enough building my own stuff half the time. And it's so depressing. Okay, right. I need to back this up again. So let's call that copy 2 for now. Okay, the only thing I can think to do is to revert back to a much earlier version of Unity, like an LTS version of Unity, and hope that the project converts over to it and see if that works fine.
Short Time Pika 778 asks, on TikTok I talked about Wuwa being less F2P friendly than Genshin, and they replied with this: they are lying, LMAO. Wuwa will forever be more F2P than Genshin. Genshin just asks you to spend at this point. What would you say to that?
Bullshit. All you gotta do is play Wuthering Waves on a normal day and you see that you don't get... All you get is... You get the same basic currency for dailies. I've already answered this question so many times, Peter. You already know how I feel about it. We've discussed it so many times. I don't know why you keep asking the same questions. Right, this one is the recommended version. Let's use Unity's recommended version, and if it doesn't work now, then I jump out the window because I'm so sick of this. Right. Yeah, you get the same basic currency for doing dailies, right? But the difference is Genshin actually gives you currency from elsewhere. So like, look at the events, right? The Finchball event, I get pull upon pull. Then there's the new big... There's tons of stuff to do in Genshin, and they're just they're all giving you currency. There's nothing to do in Wuthering Waves. You get a shit event that's like double echo drops, or I don't know, a couple of scabby little domains, and you get like 20 fucking currency for each one. Like you get next to nothing. You get absolutely nothing.
I only wanted to know your opinion to this user's comment, that's all.
Yeah, but you know what my opinion would be because you know what my opinion is about that subject. That's why it's just reframing the same question, though, isn't it? It's like saying to me, okay, you know, I don't know, do you support? I don't know, whatever. Do you support the idea that women should be able to drive? And I say, yeah, of course. And then you say, oh, well, the bloke down the street said women shouldn't be able to drive and blah, blah, blah. And then you tell me his entire opinion. What would you have to say about that? It's like, you're just asking me the same question again, though. You already know how I feel about it, right? It's like, I don't know. It's, do you know what I mean? It's like, right, did I back this up? Yes. Okay, good. I have a very laser focused mind, right? So all I really want, all I really care about right now is getting this game running. Because I've spent like a day and a half on it at this point, which isn't actually that bad. Like, you can spend months on things and then they all fall apart like this. But it still puts me in this position where I'm like, oh my god, like I can't move forward because something's getting in my way, right? It's blocking me. And then all that effort that I've put in towards it is kind of like, feels like it's hanging by a thread, right? And that makes me very anxious because it's like, you know, for crying out loud. A good example would be, it would be like imagine you spent 2 days building a house, right? Somebody sells you some cement and some bricks and you spend 2 days painstakingly building a house all day, right? And then somebody comes up to you on day 2, right, and says, oh shoot, you've done a lot here. Yeah, about that cement that I sold you, it's not actually cement, I'm so sorry, we forgot to put the cement in, it's just sand, it's all gonna fall down. As soon as you get a strong wind, it's just gonna fall down. That's how I feel. That's what it's the same thing as that. That's how you'd feel. You'd be like, oh my god, like, first of all, why it doesn't, you know what I mean? How could you do this to me? Like, you gave me the tools to make something and I trusted you and you let me down. Well, that's Unity right now. This is a tool that I'm using to make something and I trust it and it's letting me down. And then everything I've poured into that is now at risk because, you know, if I can't get this to work, I gotta start, like, even starting again, I don't even know. It's even worse than that, right? Because it's like, in the house example,
will always be more F2P friendly than Wu-Wei, even though I got 2 limited event 5 stars in their weapons, which I never got the weapons in Genshin.
You're not interested. You're only interested in talking about War. I'll shut up then. You carry on. It's taking its sweet time.
Membrane inside to vibrate along with them, which in turn moves a coil of wire over a magnet, inducing a voltage of proportional strength. So we get a little signal traveling along the wire to the computer, where it gets measured thousands of times per second, and the values from that are ultimately stored inside of this .wav file over here.
PlayCompile has requested I
Let's
tell
kick
one
off
of
our
my
journey today
famously
by simply
hilarious
extracting
jokes.
those values and taking a look at them.
What happens when a
So after a bit
snowman
of
throws a
searching, I came
tantrum?
across this page, which nicely
has
lays
a
out the
meltdown.
WAV file format, and
Oh,
happily it
hell.
looks very straightforward. To begin with, we just read in the first bunch of bytes, which are supposed to spell out riff and wave. So if they don't, then we know something's gone terribly wrong. After that, the code just loops through the rest of the file, reading in the name of each section, and adding its location to a little lookup table. The name is always followed by the size of the section, so we can easily skip over to the next section. Basically, I just want to get an overview of what's actually in this thing. So let's run that quickly, and here's what we get. Alright, I'm mainly interested in the format and data sections, so I've just been working on another little function here, which uses our lookup table to just jump to the format chunk, where we can read in some helpful metadata, such as whether this is a mono or stereo file, the number of samples that were recorded per second, and the number of bits in each sample. Then
yeah, so from that,
section, we just
this is awesome. This is so cool. So see, he's like reverse engineered what makes up a WAV file, and then we're reading the WAV file in bytes by byte, and then from this information that he can get from one of the header sections in the file, he then has the information that he needs to actually start processing the bytes of data, right? So he knows the sample rate, the number of channels, all this stuff, which will basically dictate how the data is organized, right, going forward. So that's why you need to know all this stuff. So already he's like plucking this information from the WAV file so that he knows how to read the bytes going forward. This is awesome. This is so good. Right. Yeah, it sounds like he's gonna be doing something fun with this. Okay, it's still installing, so we'll keep watching.
just read in the data. The data can be in several different formats though, so the final step is to convert it to a nice simple array of floats. To do that, we enter a big loop where we can just keep grabbing however many bytes we've been told are
I'm
in
going
each
to
sample,
leave now since I
and
got
convert them to
IRL
a
stuff
float
to do tonight.
using this
So I'll
handy
see you
bytes
later
to float
tonight,
function.
or I'll see you next
Well,
time.
I haven't actually
Bye.
written it yet, but it
Alright,
will be
see you,
handy
man.
once I have. Anyway, the value is then scaled down by a normalization factor here, which is just the maximum value that that number of bytes can hold, to bring it into the pleasant range of -1 to +1. And with all that done, we can finally package up the samples and sample rate into this little signal object to be returned as the output over here. Okay, I do still need to write that bytes to float function quickly, and here it is. I even got to use one of my favorite file parsing tricks here, which is simply not bothering to support at least half of the available formats. Of what I did bother to do though, the only slightly tricky case was this 24-bit version, since there's no built-in type for that, so some bit manipulation was required to probably handle negative values. Anyway, let's put this code to the test by loading in helloeveryone.wave, and then drawing points to represent each of the samples. So the x-axis represents time, and the y-axis is proportional to the voltage that was read in from the microphone. Alright, let's try running this quickly, and we can see our audio points appearing. I'll scale this down a little though, so that we can see the info I've printed out down here. So there are just under 40,000 samples in this audio file, and the samples were recorded at a rate of 48,000 per second. Of course, from that we can calculate the duration of the clip as the number of samples divided by the sample rate, giving us around 0.8 seconds in this case. If we zoom in a bit, I think it's pretty cool to see all of these individual points. And even though there are a lot of them, it's quite amazing to me that this is all you need to capture something as complex as a voice, or any other sound for that matter.
Yeah, it's kind of
I think these waveforms are usually visualized with lines rather than points though, so let's try that as well. I've just tweaked the code slightly to now draw each sample as a vertical line, with its length of course representing the amplitude of the sample.
This is so great.
And
This is what I mean, right? He's making stuff like this. I can't even get a freaking Finchball game to run properly. But I feel like, again, right, it's like I feel like he's like, you know, he sits down, he starts working. He's definitely way smarter than I am. I feel like he's so good at this stuff. But like I feel like a lot of the stuff that holds me back as well isn't necessarily my own abilities. Again, it feels like the guy sold me sand instead of cement, right? A lot of the time. Like I can deal with my own inadequacies because I can slowly get better over time, and I like learning and I like pushing myself, and I that's fine. I can handle all that. That doesn't make me mad. I can be patient with that, and I can do it, and I enjoy doing it. It's great. But the part that I can't stand, you know, is when the thing just says nope. Nope. I'm not gonna work. I'm not gonna do what I'm supposed to do. Nope. Because like that's the point when you're like, well, you know, what do I even do about that? Like, what can I even do? You can always move forward if you just haven't learned how to do something, because you can just learn how to do it, or you can try different things. There's always directions to move in, right? But if it feels like you're kind of shackled or whatever, right? You can't move. You stuck. There's no way forward. Okay, hopefully this version of Unity will work correctly. I mean, I don't know, I'm going out of my mind. I'm like, are we sure that it's not something that I'm doing wrong? But like, I don't understand how it could be. Because if I was doing something wrong, like the behavior just doesn't make sense, right? It's okay, we'll just continue. The behavior doesn't make sense, right? It's detecting a trigger of a collider that's like nowhere near it, but it only does it the second time you run the project. Like, that has to be a Unity bug. It has to be, because it's behaving inconsistently. Ignore. Alright. For some reason I really like that you can move this window. This is the reason I use Unity, by the way. Because they let me move this window. There's no other reason. I just like that they let you move this window around while you're waiting. Because it gives you something to do while you're waiting for it to load. You just like move it around and have fun. And I don't know any other software that does that. So this is why I will never use Unreal, because you can't move a window around while you're waiting for it. The ironic thing about Unreal, the ironic thing about that is, mind you, I've never really done a big project. Mind you, this isn't a big project. I've never really done a big project on Unreal, but from the small amount I ever used it, it does seem insanely fast, like opening projects and stuff. Like, you spend a lot less time waiting for stuff, I'll be honest about that. It is true. The only way I would ever get away with using Unreal is if I was coding everything myself in C++. Maybe one day. But like, I love C#, and I do love Unity when it works. I mean, again, no, it's my own fault. No, I realize I'm doing something terrible here. I'm probably making Unity really look bad. Anybody who was hoping to get into Unity at this point is like, yeah, I'm going to use Unreal. I've just lost Unity. No, Unity lost Unity users. But at the same time, for anyone who might still be with me, to be fair, there is a disclaimer here that, like, okay, this looks bad for anyone who wants to use Unity. Yes, it is kind of bad. But at the same time, like, I know I'm taking a risk when I use those versions of Unity, right? And that's the thing. I know I'm taking risks because I know that I'm using like new bleeding edge versions that haven't been fully ironed out yet. So like they're like, it's kind of understood that there will be bugs. It's just insane how sometimes once in a blue moon it'll be a bug like that. And it's insane that it happens to me as I'm making a get started in Unity. I feel like the odds of anybody who was on the fence about using it at this point would have been like, alright, let's go elsewhere. But yeah, in all fairness, try to set up DLSS with a null global settings object. Okay, sometimes some of these errors will go away, by the way, by just closing. Unity's great. By just closing and reopening Unity. Welcome to Unity, by the way. It's great. Shut up! I know it looks bad right now. Okay. Part of me doesn't mind that the game engine is basically full of projectile vomiting and diarrhea, right? It's like, I don't mind that I have to go in and clean up a lot of this shit. But just give me a mop that works, right? That's where I'm at. What I can't stand is when Unity becomes projectile vomiting and diarrhea and there's a whole mess to clean up and you give me a freaking toothbrush to clean it with and then the toothbrush snaps as soon as I place it on the first lump of poo. That's when it gets pretty bad. Yeah, doing a great job at promoting Unity, by the way. An error occurred when resolving packages. Okay, so if we go into package manager, okay, it's saying it cannot find accessibility. It's not very accessible then, is it? So we'll get rid of that. Okay, it's also complaining about a rigid body. Yeah, I like a nice soft body myself. Although girls seem to prefer it the other way. Anyway, rigid body. Game manager, rigid body does not contain a definition for linear velocity. That's because they changed it. Okay, so linear velocity back then was, I think, velocity. Yeah. Okay, so we can change that to velocity. Velociraptor. And what do you know? Look at that. That was all it had to complain about. There you go. Now it's working in whatever version we're in now. I'm just going to close it and reopen it again just to make sure. Help me. It's fine. And why does that look semi-pornographic, or is it just my mind? It's probably my mind. That's probably nothing. It's just a... I don't know. I always thought that image looked a bit weird. Okay. I swear down, if this doesn't... If this still does the same thing, I don't even know how I will... How will my brain handle that? How do I even live with that? So far so good. Okay, it hasn't reset its thing back, but we can grab the poke. Should that be on 10? It depends where he is, right? Apparently it's on 10, which means it actually landed on the 2-star square. It's kind of hard to tell because it's right on the edge there. Anyway, it won't let me move a second poke just yet. Something else we need to fix. But the moment of truth now is if we stop the game and restart the game, it should still say score 0. And that's how I knew it was a bug. It's not a bug, it's a feature. See, now it works in this version of Unity. So, what have we learned? Like, what have I learned? I've learned, because I already knew all this, to be honest, but I've learned that, yeah, maybe if I'm going to make getting started in Unity streams in the future, which I plan to do a lot of, maybe we don't use one of the bleeding edge versions of Unity. maybe we stick with an LTS version, because, you know, shit can get gnarly real quick. I've sent them the bug report, right? They can see. I've sent them the bug report. Okay, so where do we go from here? I still don't know why we can't launch our second object, to be honest. Hey man, I don't know. I just like to use the latest version, because normally it's fine, to be honest. Like, yes, I've encountered many bugs, but normally there's a workaround. Normally it's something that's like not that big of a deal. That's a pretty bad one though. I'll be honest. That's a pretty bad one, which is why I sent them the bug report. Yeah, that's a pretty bad one. And the fact that it's happening in both versions is kind of like, okay, what the hell? That's a pretty bad one. I wasn't expecting that. See, it's funny. This is fun. These are laughs of insanity, by the way. All right, let's have a look. Where are we at? I do like Unity 6. Like, I like the direction it's heading in, but they do need to sort some things out. Right, this is where things get kind of gnarly as well, because it's like, okay, what is it that's not working about the newly spawned player? Okay, well let's just play it again. And make sure there's nothing like crazy going on. So our first guy launches. He comes to a bit of an abrupt stop though. Yeah, also that's not the right score. That is not the right score. And also right now the score. Oh, you know why though? It's probably because potential score. Okay, something's right now. It's saying the potential score is. Oh, I know why. Okay, this is actually kinda. I know why. Do you know why? Okay, it's because on the player object, it is detecting. Don't tell me it was me all along. No, I can't. No, it's not me. It's not me. No, there was definitely a bug. But there was something that I missed, right? That I've just realised that I missed. Yeah, the reason for a minute there I was like, wait a minute, was all of this because I missed this one thing? But no, because it does it when the player starts from the starting position. So we know there's a bug. There's definitely a bug. But yeah, this also will cause a problem. What we actually need to do, right? We need to disable that collider on the player when the turn has finished, because otherwise what's going to be happening is the score squares are going to be saying, oh hey, the player's here, give them this score, but we already did all that and it's been added to the total score, and so we need to make sure that collider disappears. We don't want to get rid of the piece because we want to leave the pieces where they were for the player to see, but we do need to get rid of that collider. So basically we could do it. Yeah, we could do it on spawn new puck. So we can play. So we can say player object. Well, actually, we have a player. Oh, that's a player rigid body though. Yeah, that's the player rigid body. So we want to say object player dot blah 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 blah. Object player dot. Okay, and my player is here. Okay, and it's through puck base player center, so we can say transform find, and we want puck base / player center. Okay, and we can say dot game object dot set active to false. So all that's going to do is it's going to switch off the collider. Yeah, that should work. If we turn it off, it should get rid of it, essentially. Yeah, that should switch off the collider on the previous object. So that is why it said my score was 20. Yeah, because I scored the 10, which I was supposed to score, right? But then when my new player spawned, the score 10 square was saying, hey, the player's here, give him 10 points. But we already gave those 10 points, so it thought that was the new player, basically, because we didn't tell it otherwise. So by disabling that object now, what we should see is we'll get 10 points like we were supposed to. Well, if I can land it in that square again, probably not. Oh, I did. Ah! Okay, let me check it. Play center was disabled, but if we check game manager, what? It's still doing it. What the hell? Maybe I need to turn the collider off. What? It's fine. I just need to try and figure out why this is happening. Okay, let's find out. I don't know how we can find out. Can we delete this object in real time? Right, let's find out if it's coming from the old player or not. It's not. Interesting. Oh, hang on. Current score should be... No, it's not. Because if we try and change... You see what happens? We try and change that potential score. It's just getting set back to 20 again. It's not even a new play. So no, I feel like this is still a bug. Like, what the fuck is even happening? Wait a minute. No, I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. Yeah, I think I know what it is. Okay, I think I know what it is. So we turn off the old collider, but I think what we also need to do, because the whole thing is basically calculated off of last square, right? So we need to make sure that last square becomes null. Because if nothing else, because if you think about it, right, we do a trigger enter, a trigger exit, and an on trigger stay. The on trigger stay can't run anymore because there's nothing colliding with it. The on trigger enter can't run. Like, we literally deleted all the player objects and it was still doing it. So that's because the logic was pulling it, and that's when I realized where I was getting it from. The logic is pulling it from last square, so last square needs to be reset as well, because that's basically where all the calculations come from. It's because my brain's had to like jump through all these hoops of fixing the... Oh my god. Yeah, so I kind of lost track of my own project by getting Unity to actually give me a version of itself that actually does what it's supposed to do. There we go, now it's working. We scored a 15, which is the yellow one, and it's now saying score 15, which is correct, and we've got a new player to control. Okay, so now what else do we need to fix? Right, well, let's have a look at our old player. So our old player is still displaying the gauge. Why is that? I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. He's not supposed to be. I think it's because spawn new puck. Okay, I think I do know why. So we put some logic in here, right, which says when he's retired, he becomes 4, and this is what's supposed to happen. The problem, however, is play state never becomes play 4 because we call on spawn new object first. So essentially, play state never becomes 4 because it's not an object state, it's a play state, right? For one thing, if it was an object state, then the object state could become 4, but because we spawn a new object and then we end up going back to state 0 and we do all that in a sequence, essentially play state never really becomes 4 because it doesn't need to. We just spawn a new object instead. However, we probably will hit a state 4 when we've used our last puck, so we probably still want that state anyway. Anyway, I'm waffling. Right. So to solve this, basically, where the hell is my spawn player? There it is. Right. I thought it was up the top. Right, we just need to make sure we disable both of those, basically. And then we set our square to null. Stop playing that. So that should fix that. So let's make sure that fixed that. So our gauge should disappear on the old player. Also, you know what? I don't even think it's possible currently, so we're going to need to tweak the physics again. I don't think it's possible currently to even reach the end of the table with the current force setup. Now everything's working. Even our gauge is there for our first thing. So there you go. 10 points is correct. We've got 2 pucks remaining. Everything's working. No, it's not, because we can't launch. Okay, so my launch button isn't launching the player. Okay, so why would that be? We could be in the wrong player state. We shouldn't be though. could be that input launch is disabled, maybe. I think input launch might be disabled, but I don't remember ever disabling those. So that's interesting. Okay, let's re-enable input launch. See if that's it. Yeah, so that was almost maximum force. So do you see how that's not... This game's broken now. It's because there's probably... Okay, it's still not letting me launch. So it's not input launch that's disabled. I wonder what play state we're in. Okay, the easiest way to find out is to just make the play state value public so we can see it in the inspector temporarily. So at the moment it's private. Let's just separate it out so it's on its own thing and make it public just so we can see it in the inspector. Find out if it's a state problem. Okay, it's still bouncing off shit that it's not supposed to be bouncing off. That's kind of concerning. Yeah, play state's stuck in 4. Weird. I thought it was that. We'll leave it public for now until we've got it all working. So play state is in 4. That's kind of weird because in setup player, we enable move and we set play state, and actually I'm going to put the input launch. I don't think we ever disable that, to be honest. We probably should though, to be honest. I'm not going to worry about it yet though. I'm gonna move that out of there and put it in setup new player. Okay, so something is setting play state to 4. Oh. Okay, excuse me. My assumption is that it's the movement detection part where, because we wait for the puck to stop to score the player, so the movement stopping is probably setting. Here we go. There you go. Has puck started moving? If play state becomes 3, puck in motion, we set play state to 4 when the puck stops moving. However, that's kind of weird because also, don't we already have player rigid body for this? Pretty sure we do. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, I think we do now. Okay, I am gonna neaten things up though. Let's just make that player rigid body as well, so we've got some consistency. There we go. Yeah, I don't understand how it's spawning a new puck. I'm very confused. That's the only place that play state gets set to 4. So how can play state oh, okay, yeah, look at that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I said play state never becomes 4, but that was actually wrong. Yeah, also we were literally setting play state right after spawning a new puck. So we'll run all the code in spawn new puck and then it would set the play state to 4. I don't think we even need play state 4 anymore, like I said, at least not for this part. But even if we did, we wouldn't put it there. We would put it after spawn, before spawn new puck rather than after. And also I'm going to reset that before spawning a new puck as well. But this part was written by ChatGPT, that's why it's wrong. It actually was. Okay. Yeah, it's working, but we're also getting a null reference exception, so that's bad. Let's find out what that is. Yeah, I know why. Okay, here's why this doesn't work. When you're using prefabs, they have to be self-contained. Meaning, if you have a public link to some other object in your scene, it won't work. So we need to make sure it works locally, internally. So basically, the text component for txt gauge value, which at the moment is linked in the inspector, we can test it here, right? If we go to gauge value, there it is. It's pointing to this text component on the canvas, right? We need to dynamically find that, because essentially the prefab won't know about this thing in the scene because it can't see anything outside of itself, basically. So you have to teach it. It's kind of weird. So what we do is we say txt gauge value, which is our text component object, wants to equal, and we can say game object transform. Oh, we just do find game object find. I thought it was transform find, but it's not. Okay, so game object find, and it's on the canvas, and it's on debug. And this is only a debug tool anyway, so like it wouldn't break the game if we just got rid of it, but we'll keep it in. And then we want to get the component of type text on that object. There we go. So what that does is it just makes sure that that debug text item, and we can re-enable that to make sure it's working. So let's re-enable that, press play, and that should fix that. Yeah, I would say that when it launches, you know how at the moment the thrust meter stays on. has all the way up until it's detected as stopped. Also, we're on puck -1 right now, but it did say game end, but we can actually just put as many of these in as we want right now, which is actually kind of fun. Okay, we need more thrust because we literally can't reach the end. So I think that's the next bug I want to fix. So physics probably is slightly different between this version of Unity and the other version of Unity. So we already set it up. See, now we're having fun actually, which is, thank God. So we've got a launch thrust here, right, of 11. So if we set that to 99, why am I setting it to 99? I just want to make sure this does work and it's set up properly. Always good to test it with an insane number first. Yeah, that's obviously working. Yeah, obviously we don't want that much force, but we do want to make it more than 11. So let's try 15. And we can tweak this value until it feels right. Yeah, that's great. It's not bouncing off the end wall though, which is kind of strange. And also, apparently the object never stopped. Do you know why? See, this is why this is quite bad. So what basically happened, I can guarantee you what happened, is it flew off the end of the table and it is currently falling. You can see it's falling through the world. So because it's never going to stop, we're never going to get another puck. Yeah, we can try changing that to continuous detection and see if that helps it. So it needs to be strong enough to reach the end, but on full force it should never fly off the table. It should also not bounce off anything in the middle there. It's kind of weird. Shouldn't really be doing that. It's still... Why is it going past the table? Yeah, force-wise that's fine, I think. We could go a little bit more. We could go 15.5. But I wouldn't go any higher than that. Alright, so play state's now working. We can private that again now. Okay. Let me take a look at the walls of the table. Find out what the hell is going wrong with these. So this is the wall that it's going past. Strange. Slipping underneath it, is it? Shouldn't be. Yeah, these I'm pretty sure these don't want rigid bodies on them either. I was only doing that because I was trying to fix the Unity bug. Let's try it now. We don't need to see them. Okay. It might need some more force actually. Okay, at least we can get to the end, but only barely. I don't know why it's bouncing off those. It's not even meant to. Like, it's not even supposed to be able to. Okay, we do need some more force. so let's try 16. See how that feels. That's much better. And it's bouncing off the wall now. Or it's hitting the wall. Right. That needs to stop. That's actually driving me insane. I don't know how that's happening. Because their triggers... I think, again, I added rigid bodies to them because I was trying to fix the bugs. I'm pretty sure they don't want rigid bodies on them. That might be what's causing the issue, actually. Okay, let me try it without rigid bodies. There we go. Pretty sure that's what it was. I don't know, it kind of looked like it bounced off there. I think it bounced off the other duck, didn't it? And not the square itself.
What's the main issue you're facing with the rigid bodies on the triggers?
They're bouncing off it and they shouldn't. Alright, we're looking good. We're looking good. For the most part. I'm tempted to turn that up a little bit more. So let's do 17 as our launch value. Okay, I think we're looking mostly good now. There's some little niggledy things that I want to fix. Okay, it's stopping at the end at least. Okay. Yay! Almost feels like a game now. Almost. Okay. I mean, we're basically done, right? I mean, just set up some new levels. Make it so the final score displays when you run out of pucks, and that's basically it. I mean, we're actually done. We've actually finished. Almost. This is pretty much it. I mean, this is pretty much the whole game. I mean, Genshin did some, like, okay, they did some weird stuff, right? They did some stuff where, like, you had a different type of finch. And some, like, sucked finches in and other stuff. You had a finch that liked to suck other finches. I knew a girl like that once. Yeah, I mean, I would maybe put like a box up that says, you know, new game or quit, maybe. Something like that. So, what we can do is okay, let's just rename these. Is that on the left one? Yeah. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to create a raw image. And we can make a gradient or something. Let's make a gradient in Photoshop. It takes a second. So I'm going to make it. So a full screen size is 1920 by 1080, right? So let's make that first. So imagining this is my screen, I want it about that size, I guess. No bigger than that. So let's crop that. And then we got some colors here. Trying to get like an effect that I want. That's alright. Yeah, that's alright. And I just get it a colour that I want. What is actually really good, actually, is... Let me show you something neat. This is really neat, actually. Take the saturation out of that. Save it as... we'll just call it UI back. It's fine. And if we go into Unity, we can apply it to UI back. I'll show you something really neat. Set to native size. So there you go. We've got like a square now that we can present to the player with some like text on it or whatever. Just makes it look quite nice. What we can do is we can apply colors to that and make it whatever color we want. We can actually do a color cycle, which I think would be quite nice. So let's do that just to make it more interesting. So I'm going to call this the UI end game. I'm going to stick everything on there. And then what we can do is, let me think. Where did I do that? Which project was it? Might have been in Paimon Ronbar actually. Was it the match 3 game that I made? Oh man, I'm sure it was in here somewhere. It's okay, we'll get ChatGPT to write it. ChatGPT wrote the last one for me anyway. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. If we go to scripts, make a where is that? Oh man, I'm in a different version of Unity. Where is that? Oh, C# script it's called in here. Okay. I've gotten used to looking for mono behavior scripts, but okay. C# script it is. Cycle core. And what we can do is we can add this script to anything that has a raw image component on it. So we need access to Unity Engine UI. Alright. And we want a private raw image. Raw image. And on start we'll just say raw image equals get component raw image. Okay. we could have like a speed that we can change. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show this to ChatGPT and say, "Oi, can you finish this for me?" See, ChatGPT is great for certain things. You've got to ask the right questions and sort of give it enough information to sort of let it see exactly what you want. If you make it clear what you want and you don't go too crazy, it's great for silly little things like this. Because I wouldn't know that was the syntax, and I'd have to look it up, and I can just ask ChatGPT and I'll just get it for me. Okay, so we can test that now. And just hit play, and it should hopefully cycle through those colors for us, and we can change the speed, which is nice. There we go. Yeah, I think like 0.2 is good. Pretty nice. So that's cool. And then what we can do is we can add a text component. Let me show you something else really cool. If you go to cooltext.com, this is a really cool website just to like make like interesting looking text without put too much effort. So we can click one like this. Yeah, they never used to have ads. That's annoying. It's fine. This one's called Gelatin. So we could say like total score. I quite like that. We can change the font if we want, but that's fine. Then we just click create logo, download, and we get a cool little PNG with it on. It's awesome. Super quick. Looks pretty cool. No messing about. So we'll call that txt total score. Drag it into our Unity UI. There it is. And I'll actually just add it as another image. Now of course if we wanted to, I'm not going to, but if we wanted to, we could take the color out of that in Photoshop and then give it the color cycle script and give it a different starting color and sort of like have it cycle but in opposite ways or whatever. It would be like at the opposite end of the rainbow. I'm not going to do that. No. I'm tempted, but like, no. I think it's a bit much. I think white's fine. Well, it's not even white, it's yellow, isn't it? Yeah, actually, that's a good point. It is yellow. Oh, shit. Yeah, it kind of needs to be white, because otherwise we won't see it very well, right? Okay, it's fine. What we can do, if we double click our txt total score, it'll open it in Photoshop for us anyway. So I'm just gonna give it a bit of extra canvas, okay? So it's better too much than not enough, because we can always crop it down. So let's just too much it for now. Alright, then I'm gonna bleed all the color out of it, like I said. And we're also gonna lighten it up. We make it really, really bright. And then I'm going to go to blending options, stroke, which gives it a nice outline. It's going to make it nice and easy to read. I'm just going to give it a nice big thick outline like that, and that's fine, honestly. Save wants to know what file type, what file name. We're just going to overwrite the recent one. If we got a date modified, it'll always be at the top, the most recent thing we did, which is handy when you have a lot of files. And then we can go in and load that in. TXT total score. Look at that. Would you look at that? Now here's something else to note with Unity. Sometimes you will get, with these transparent images, you will get these kind of weird lines where the image ends and stuff. We don't actually have it right now, but sometimes it can make a bit of a mess of it. That over there, and we can display the score at the end. If it does that, just go to the actual image itself, change compression to none, because that makes it look better. Actually, this one doesn't actually look that bad. And if you have these weird lines at the edge, change it from wrap mode linear to wrap mode clamp, and that should get rid of it and neaten it up. But this one actually looked fine anyway to begin with. Alright, so we can hit play and make sure it still looks good. We can read it on all colours. It should be fine. Alright. I also want to give that like a fun border, because right now it kind of looks a bit meh, you know. So let's just also expand this canvas. We need to see where the original thing was. So what you have to do is delete the locked background, because you can't unlock it. Or maybe you can, but I don't know how. Okay, so, and also we got way too much at the top there, so it's just... Alright, and then what I want to do is I just want to take a big, thick brush. You know what, I am going to make some adjustments to that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a white color, so it's nice and bright. And I'm just going to kind of like, you know, haphazardly sort of border that off. It just so it looks a bit more playful, you know. And then we can crop to that, get rid of the inside, and now we've got a fun border. So this is going to be UI border. Fun. So it's nice to be consistent, so we know what's what. That's our border, and then we just want to size that so that it obviously acts like the border. That's not UI back, by the way, that's UI. Okay, the UI back is actually on UI endgame. This is total score, TXT total score. And then we can position that somewhere else. Okay, so what I'm going to do... Okay. I'm just going to ask ChatGPT if we can add a variable to make it start in a different position in the spectrum. It's happy to do that. Okay, I think it's sort of right, but it's sort of confused. I think it thinks I mean the opposite color to whatever the main image is, but I actually want the opposite color to what the other color cycle is. So I'll make it clearer by saying raw image background, and we'll make these public. Let me think about how I want this to work. I'm gonna wanna... Okay, so I'm gonna explain what I'm doing right now. So sometimes you do this in code and you start playing with things and then you go deeper into the rabbit hole and you find yourself at a point where you're doing something fancy. Like, this is a great example. So I'm cycling through colors and it looks great and it works great. And then I adjust the script, I adjust the script, I adjust the script. And let's say I adjust the script so it's cycling 6 different colors at once. If I make it so that that script cycles 6 different colors at once, I'm probably going to find myself at a point where I just want to cycle one color again. So it's good to think ahead and think, okay, I want one script that can cycle up to however many things you want it to do, but it will also just do one by default. So you don't have to make new scripts, right? So one script to do everything you want it to do. So what I'm basically going to do is make it so that when I attach the script to an object, it basically grabs the main thing, right, that you put it on. Okay, color cycle on this component, opposite colors cycle if opposite is also assigned. Okay. Yeah, I should have left that as raw image really. Okay. Okay, now it fully understands what I want, you see. Because I made it super clear. Super clear. It's great. This is what it's great for. I do love ChatGPT for stuff like this. It's great. It's like you basically you design the thing, you flesh out as much as you can of the thing, and then you basically just say, because this is what it does, right? This is what GPT is. It's ultimately a prediction algorithm. So you basically give it 80-90% of a complete picture and say, can you fill in the blanks for me, please? And it's more than happy to do that. And the more of a complete picture you give it, the better a job it does of that. But if you just say, I want World of Warcraft 7, please, right now, yeah, good luck with that. I think you can definitely be, you can definitely sort of be better at using it by asking the right questions and giving it the right information. Okay, so now we should be able to look at our border, which is this one, which has the cycle color on it. We can give it the border, which should give us the opposite color as to whatever the border's up to. So you ready? No, I am. Look at that. That is cool. That is so cool. That is really cool. And we can make that border darker or brighter. What we do is we just basically, so at the moment it's white, right? When we start, we just basically fade it down. Now it seems to not do that because I think it's storing the original color at runtime. So if we make that darker, for example, from start, and then we run it, they should cycle at darker colors. Oh, actually they're not. Interesting. I suppose because it's probably opposite in terms of luminosity as well, I would think. That looks cool as hell though. I like it as it is. Yeah, I suppose I did say opposite, right? So we can't control the brightness of it, because again, if I battled with it some more, I could probably get it to do that and be like, hey, can you also make this, give it a brightness slider? But I actually like that, so I'm gonna leave it at that. All right, so what we want to do is we're gonna want a text object. This says text, but it's actually an image. True. That's gonna confuse me. I'm gonna think that's a text object. So I'm gonna make that I'm gonna make this an actual text object. And let's say our score was 55. Alright, just so we can see where it's going to be. Ooh, now actually thinking about it, can I make text appear above an image? Now that I think about it, I don't know that I can. I don't know that I can, actually. Oh yeah, I can. Oh, that's good. That's good. Just to make sure it's got room. Alright, so we can show the total score. Now, it depends whether you want to like left align it. I think I'll just left align this one. It's probably not going to be any more than 2 characters anywhere. So actually, let me grab that as well, and we'll just shift these along a bit so it's a bit more centered. There we go. Also, you can give that a bit of an outline, by the way. If you go and add outline, you can set a black outline to it. Yep. And just make this like 2, -2. It will also give it, you can't really see it very well, but yeah, you can. You can't get it to work that well, but you can give it a bit of an outline. So this one can be called TXT total score because we're going to display the total score here at the end of the game, and it'll be whatever's here. And then I just want 2 options. So I want let me think about this. Because we have movement in this game, but we only move left and right. Okay. So I'm going to put a yes on the left and a no on the right so that we can reuse the same controls of left and right. Originally I was going to do it up and down, and then I thought, yeah, but we can't move up and down in this game. So, and also like this, the size of this thing, it makes more sense to put it next to each other. So there's 2 reasons that do it like that, right? Sure. We want to make it abundantly clear. Now this is another issue with UI design. If you only have 2 options, it can be very easy to not make it clear which is the currently selected option, because with only 2 options you can see that 2 are different, but you don't know which one's the on and which one's the off. It's not always clear. So we want to make it abundantly clear which is the yes and which is the no. Okay. Okay, so how do we do this? So what we do is these are part of like an option, right? So we want to make that clear. So what we should do, right, is put I'm gonna make an empty game object called UI option, and I'm gonna drop the yes and no on a UI option. I'm also gonna go into scripts. I'm gonna create a C# script called UI option. Gonna let it compile. There are a few ways you can go about doing this. Right, I'll handle it all from within UI option. So what we can do, again, you want to try and make things as dynamic as you can so you can reuse stuff, right? Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to declare a public color 32. And I'm going to call it color on. I'm going to declare another one and I'm going to call it color off. And we can set those in the inspector. And I'm also going to declare a public list of, yeah, we'll use text because we're using text. A public list of text components called txt options. I'm also going to make a public, let's put it at the top, a public integer called selected, set it to 0. And I'm also going to need access to the input system. Okay, I'm going to need a new button here as well. We need 3 inputs in total. It's okay, it's kind of weird. Okay, let's save that first. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go into our action map and we're going to go to left, our move, right, left stick, and we have WASD. And WASD, we can move up, down, left and right. So we would select A or D to go to yes and no on the keyboard. The left stick gamepad is different in that it's an analog input. So that makes this a little bit tricky. So I'm not going to use move. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new option called select left, and a new option called select right, and a new option called select confirm. In select left, my first binding is going to be the left D-pad. in select right, my first option is going to be the right D-pad. And in select confirm, my first option is going to be X, south gamepad button. I then want to add a new binding for each of these. Make sure I click the right one. Add binding. Yeah, we'll allow air on left, and new binding will also allow the left arrow. Same goes for option right. We'll allow D, and we'll allow right arrow, and then confirm. So far we've been using space to launch our game object with, but I'll also allow enter as well, because they're kind of like global, you know, controls. Okay, so we went ahead and saved that. So what we need to do is we need to declare 3 private input actions. Input action. So we went input select left, input select right, which it's already guessed, and then input select confirm. We need a void start. Oh, it could do it on enable. Start's fine. Start's fine. Okay. Input select left equals input action asset, find action, input select left, we called it main select left, and just fill these in. Select right, select right, select confirm, select confirm. Okay. Okay, so what we do is we say, in this situation, okay, I'm making this too good for what it needs to be, by the way, but I'm doing it correctly. In our situation, it's really, really simple, right? We literally just jump from one to the other, but we want to make this so it can have multiple options. So that's how I'm going to set it up. So if we go into our inspector, we can say color on wants to be bright white, or maybe even like a bright yellow. So it's kind of obvious that that's the one, right? Or even green. Bright green is good because green. Although you got to be careful with the colors because those colors are going to be cycling in the background. So you know what? I'm going to stick with white so that it shows up better. And I'm going to go for a dark kind of miserable gray for the off color. The darker the better. But I'm not going to go black. Okay, and then it just kind of makes it look like it's highlighted. But what we'll also do, let me see what underline looks like. I kind of want an underline, but I don't think an underline's gonna, oh, it doesn't have underline on here. But that's kind of the effect I want to go for. Okay. We could also change the font size. Okay, we'll change the font size then. So make sure we center it vertically as well, because it's going to look a lot better. Okay. So if we go into our UI options, for this particular use case, we basically want to give it 2 options, right? We have option yes and option no, so we can assign those in the inspector. But the way I'm going to write this script is so it will handle any number of options, right? Because that's how you should write all your scripts. So what we're going to do is we're going to say if input select left was pressed this frame, And all we're going to do is we're going to set option down. What did I call it? Selected down. And then I'm going to okay, well no, we'll call it update. Update selection. There we go. Ah, you bastard. Okay. So if input select right was press this frame, then selection wants to go up, and then we update selection. So the first thing we want to check when we call on update selection is if the selection is within bounds or not, right? Because I want to wrap it back around again in either direction. So the first thing we do is we check if selection, if selected is less than 0, it became -1 essentially, then basically we want to recalculate selection to txt options dot count -1. And the reason it's thank you. The reason it's count -1 is because we start counting from 0. So you can see that element 0, element 1. So this will come back with a count of 2, but there is no element 2, so that's why it's count -1. Similarly, if selected is greater than txt options dot count -1, then we wrap it back round to 0. Selected equals 0. So we go back to the first option. So there you go. So the first, that's going to cause it to wrap. I'm going to say what these are as well. Wrap options when out of range. There's 2 lines, and so many game developers do not do this. It's 2 lines of code. Psh. Pisses me off. Instead, you make the play go all the way back up or all the way back down, and you've got like 23 options. Stop it. Alright, it's that simple. 2 lines of code. Alright, so then, now we know that we've got a valid selection, so we want to show the selections as on and show the selections as off. The easiest way to do this is to first of all cycle through all of the options and turn them all off. Then we go and turn the option that's supposed to be on to on, right? So for this we can do a for each. We can say for each text in txt options, and this will basically iterate through each object here. We can say so txt is t, so we can say t dot color equals color off. We can say t dot font size equals so let's do a font size on and a font size off in here as well. Public int font size on, public int font size off. So we can set it to font size on, off rather, we're doing off. Okay, and then we basically do this again, but the opposite, turn them on for the currently selected object. But first we need to get the currently selected object, so we'll call it T cell. Sounds like a rapper, doesn't it? T-Cell in the house, bitch. Whoa. T-Cell coming at you. Okay. Shut up. Right. Brain. Work. It's not food to no. No clock. No food. No food. Why do I torture myself? I don't know. No food. Yes. Okay. So we need a text object called T-Cell. So we declare a text object called T-Cell, and we set that to basically selected. No, we don't. We set it to txt options at position selected. There we go. Okay, so now we turn on and on the option that should be on, essentially. Okay, then what we want to do is we want to say if input select confirm was pressed this frame, and then we can call on see, this is where, okay, there's one script to rule them all or whatever. It depends on what your thing does, right? But yeah, basically, this is where you can't really do that because we're gonna need specific code to do specific things, right? We'll just call it confirm selection, right? Okay. Okay, confirm selection. Okay, so then we can say, yeah, we can say if selection equals 0, and good practice you will be really pleased about. Is to say what each one is, right? So in our case, it's going to be play another game or quit game is what they're going to do. Okay, so for that we need Unity Engine scene management, and we basically say if we're playing another game,
Time for a fun fact.
Jesus Christ. Or fucking, how about time for shitty
In
knickers?
order, you would list them by amount, value, size, temperature, age, shape, color, origin, and material.
What? Shut up. Actually fucking stalled me. Right, so basically, now this is where we need to go into the build. So what we need to do, and what I like to do, is I like to make a folder called builds. And the way I like to, I'll just call it builder because we're not going to continue on with this. This is just the thing. When I do it, I like to do builds, and then I'll do 000, 001, 002, and I keep building to new folders. For this, we just stick it in one folder called build. All right. So what we do is we go into project settings. Make sure everything looks good in here. Yeah, put it in DX11 only. You can decide whether you want it to start in full screen, whether you want to use player log, whether you want a resizable window. I don't see why not. Visible background. Allow full screen switch. That's fine. And then what you do, make sure it's saved. You go to build settings. Make sure the current scene, that's actually the demo scene, So I'm going to delete that and I'm going to add open scene. Make sure your scene is in the build. And then you can say, we could do build and run. Point it to your build folder and away you go. Okay, we got a failed. What? Hang on, maybe it's just Unity being Unity. Just give me a minute. I wonder if it's because we downgraded the project. More problems to fix. Oh, great. I'm not a member of this project. Could have fooled me. I didn't realize freaking God made it. Right, what the hell is this? Build failed exception. Graphic settings HD render pipeline asset. Asset settings HDRP default resources. Please use HDRP wizard to fix it. Okay. Where is that? There it is. Okay, it's unhappy apparently. Makes two of us. At least one of the HDRP assets used in quality or the current HD render pipeline global settings have not been migrated to last version. This is definitely because I've downgraded it, I think. I have never seen this error before in my life. Alright, let's find out how to fix it. That should be enough. All right. Graphics, scriptable render pipeline settings. Let's just go for performance. Do you like that one? Are you happy with that? Can we build now? No. No, we cannot. Okay. I think I know how to fix this. I could be wrong. I think I know how to fix it. Okay, let's call it copy 3. Back it up first. Create a new project in this version using HDRP core. I have to download the template. Yeah, that's a good sign then. What I'm guessing it is, I'm going to create a project called the HDR template, which will include the HDR template. And we're going to grab the files that it's complaining about from this and then stick it in mine to replace them. I think it's a version mismatch. I think basically the newer version of HDRP for the newer version of Unity isn't compatible with this version of Unity. Because why would it be? I would have thought, although I'm probably expecting too much, I would have thought that there would be some system in place to account for that, but I guess not. So we'll just manually replace it. Put it in. I think I'll go to the toilet. Flush myself. All right. I will be right back. My frame doesn't disappear, I see. You fix that. Shut up. I said shut up. Okay, so everything looks good in the HDRP wizard. My hair doesn't. My hair's all weird. It's fine. I'm weird. Suits me. Oh, we got the it's because we got the Genshin Impact border as well, haven't we? Because I loaded Genshin Impact. Let me restart him. You know, we'll just leave it off anyway. Okay. So if we look at the error message on our version, it showed us where to go, right? Hang on a minute. I'm wondering if I can get it, if I can find it without reopening my project, because it's just. It was settings. I remember it was settings. HDRP project settings. It definitely said settings. Graphic settings. How's that? See if we can find it. That doesn't actually show me where it is though, does it? Go away. Fuck's sake. There it is. Asset settings. Ah. Okay, HDPR default resources. I think it's these that it's complaining about. Now this might break everything, but it's already broken, so. And we backed it up. Okay, so go into my Finchball. Assets. Settings. I'm just going to delete everything out of here. I'm going to copy it over from here. And we're going to reload our project and see if it works. We'll leave that open in case we need it. Alright. Just stick that in the corner or something. Like a naughty boy. Unity is a naughty boy. Unity is a pain in the ass sometimes. But using the latest bleeding edge version is kind of like sleeping with a how should I put this? You know you might catch something, but you do it anyway. And then you can't really complain when you're in the clinic next week. I've never done anything like that, by the way. That makes me sound like I imagine, as my friends have told me. Okay, so no errors. Let's make sure it plays and runs. Yeah, no, it wouldn't find it because I turned canvas off. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. I might need to change something. Because I changed that to performance. I was going to put it back to the default. I think that was the default. May take a significant amount of time. What are you talking about? It'll take 2 seconds. Please, God. Never let it be said that I don't know my Unity. Never let it be said. Never let it be said. "12 years of Unity. I know Unity better than itself." It's not really anything to brag about, really, though, is it? It's kind of sad. It's actually kind of sad how well I know this engine. Guess we don't need you anymore. Yeah, save it, whatever. We can delete it. Whoa, I'll tell you what, we've been on some adventures over the last 2 days. This Finchball has been more of a learning process for me. Not really, what have I learned? It's like I didn't really learn anything about the engine. I didn't already know. But like I realized that like, yeah, okay, it's probably a bad idea to use a bleeding edge Unity to do a tutorial because You saw why. So we won't do that again. This might take a while.
And here's what that looks like.
That looks
I don't
amazing.
just want to look at the sound though, I'd like to hear it as well.
Is he doing this in
the
Unity?
engine where I'm working, there is this audio read function, which is triggered every handful of milliseconds with a block of empty.
See, this guy uses Unity. That's why I watch him. But sometimes he does stuff elsewhere. Not everything he does is in Unity, but this is definitely C#.
Data for us to fill up and ship off to the sound card. So while we still have samples remaining from the
What the hell is that? British Rail. The guys, look, I'm not even joking. Is British Rail still a thing anymore? That's not how you spell British Rail. Look, it's freaking British Rail. Tell me that's not British Rail. Okay, it's not exactly British Rail. It's not even close to British Rail, is it? It's got two horizontal lines. It's... whatever it is, I've never seen one in my life. Scary. I wonder what that does. do I want to know? I'm kind of curious.
WAV file, we just loop over the size of that requested block and feed them in. The sound card will then of course instruct the attached
Just like
speakers or
that.
headphones or whatever to vibrate in accordance with that, producing sound waves for our enjoyment or otherwise. So let's play this quickly. Hello everyone, hello everyone, hello everyone, and that works. I think it'd be really cool if we could actually see the waves that this produces in the air. But failing that, I thought it might be fun to use that fluid simulation I made a while back to try and make a crude simulation of the waves at least. Now, doing this in 3 dimensions could certainly be interesting, but let's rather go with the 2D version of the simulation today for simplicity's sake. I would like this fluid to behave more like air than water though, of course, so we should probably turn off the gravity. And turn down the target density here as well. Currently, we're visualizing the individual particles,
Nice.
but for this I'd actually prefer to look at the density of the fluid,
That's so cool.
since that's closely related to the pressure. To do that, I've just added a new kernel to the compute shader quickly, that just runs for each texel in a given texture, and sets its color based on the density calculation for that texel's position in space. Just as a reminder, or in case you haven't seen the fluid episode, the density is essentially just a smoothed out sum of the number of particles inside of a small radius around that location. And here's what that looks like. Okay, it certainly seems like we can make some nice pressure waves in here. Although, hang on, what's that weird little bubble that just appeared? Oh jeez, there's a whole bunch of them now. I'm definitely going to need to tweak the settings a bit more. That is not supposed to be happening.
I thought that said a few weeks later. That would be me.
Alright, this seems to be a bit more stable now. The main problem was that
6
I still had the
reincarnations
viscosity turned on
later.
from the water settings, and I had also increased the number of particles from around 15,000 up to 75,000, which then caused things to go a little haywire. The simulation is pretty finicky. But anyway, I think our next step now is to just make a little rectangular obstacle in the fluid here, which is something the simulation already supports. And this is going to act as our speaker membrane, basically just vibrating back and forth along with the audio samples. So to control this, I've written this function here, which takes in some input audio signal, and then looks up the sample value at the current time, and uses that to offset the position of the speaker membrane. Looking up the sample value is done with this helper function, by the way, which simply interpolates linearly through the discrete sample values, allowing the speaker to move somewhat smoothly instead of jumping instantaneously. Then to record the sound produced by these waves, I've got a minuscule microphone method here, which just looks up the density of the fluid at the given location, and then subtracts from that the rest density of the fluid. That's finally multiplied by some arbitrary constant to give us a pressure value, which is saved to this list of recorded samples so that we can play back the sound. Alright, for the input audio, I'm just going to use this 4-second clip. Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Coding Adventures. And I've set up the simulation here with a little plot at the bottom to show our recorded pressure values. So all that remains to be done is run this and see how it goes.
That is so cool.
Pretty badly is the answer. I can try playing back our recording.
What? Badly? That was awesome. I love how this guy does this. This guy will do something that's like, I'm like, oh my god, that would take me months. And then he'll like, I mean, I'm sure it's heavily edited, but still, like in the video, it looks like, oh yeah, I just whipped this up while I was, eating a freaking scone, with one-handed. And then he'll play it and I'll be like, wow. And he'll go, oh, that's shite. That's shite. That's not even close to what I want. And I'll be like, what do you mean? That was amazing. He's like, yeah, it's fucking shit. It's trash. Get it out of my sight. Oh, it's so fun. It's great. This isn't even finished building, is it? It's almost. Almost. No. Yes. No. Yes.
But as you can hear, all we've managed to capture is the sound of silence. I guess the main problem is that in the 4 seconds that the simulation ran, we were only able to do about 1200 simulation steps, meaning we only captured 1200 pressure values, whereas the original audio contained 192,000.
Okay, so now we have an exe file. Now the only reason I did that wasn't because I'm ready to build it or anything. It's so we can access the Unity scene management. So now we've got our Finchball exe. Does it have it'll have the Unity logo on it? Yeah, it does. What was that scene transition? Was that just light calculations or something? I don't even know what that was. That was kind of weird. Okay, sure. The reason we do that is because we need access to Unity scene management. So we say scene manager load scene, and we need the scene name, which is why I wanted to set up this. If you go to build settings, there's our scene name. Our scene name is Finchball. Now we don't have to load the new scene. We could actually just set up the existing scene exactly the way we want it to be. Again, to like replay. But yeah, it's fine. I'll just load the scene. To quit the game, it's application quit is the command. So we can actually test that. I think we haven't set our font sizes yet though. So if we go to our canvas, our UI option, and we can set the font size on and the font size off. So if we look at the font size now, it's 133. I would say that's a good on size. So I'm going to set that as my on. And I would say off would be something closer to 90 maybe. And we can test that right now. Everything disappeared. Why is that? Oh, you know what it'll be? I bet our color on and off is invisible. You need to be careful of this. Check your alpha. Yeah, there it is. So basically they were both invisible because alpha was turned all the way down on them. For some reason, I don't understand why it defaults to that. It's so strange. But yeah, it defaults to that. So now we can see yes and no. It's kind of, I think it's pretty obvious already which is yes and no. Right, for some reason my right D-pad is working, but my left D-pad isn't. Okay, so it's a D-pad issue because the left and right cursor is actually doing it. Yeah, I think it's kind of obvious which one's yes or no, but we'll probably add some more feedback just to make it completely clear. I don't know, it's pretty clear. Okay, why is my left D-pad not working? Let's find out. So if we go to my input map, select left. Oh, D-pad down. Okay, I must have accidentally hit the wrong one. There we go. So now it should let us go yes and no in either direction. Yeah. Right, there is one issue. You'll notice that when we play it by default, there isn't a selected option. There is, because it's actually defaulting to yes, but visually there isn't. And the reason why is we only updated the UI, update selection. We only update the selection when an input is pressed. So to fix that, we can literally, let's do it as an on enable. It's better practice. You know what? We'll just change this to an on enable. We don't really need to do that because we restart the level, but in case something changes, we restart the level. So there we go, update selection. Yeah, we restart the level when we play a new game. So a non-enabled doesn't really make sense because like it's not like this thing's going to be enabled and unenabled again and again, because it's only going to show up when we end the game. So now we have an option to play again, yes or no. So all I want to do is just build that back out and make sure that yes reloads the level and no quits the game. It's kind of hard. It's going to be kind of hard to tell when the level's reloaded, to be honest. There we go. So now we default to yes. We can go yes, no. If we go yes, yeah, it did look like it froze for a split second. Now it's kind of hard to tell. And no quits the game. I'm pretty sure that's working. Okay, brilliant. So there's our menu, but we don't want to show that at start. We only want to show that when the game ends. So we make a link to that now. We are almost done. I'm going to make some new levels. I'll show you how to do that. So public game object is UI end game, right? And if we look for our game end, there we go, end game. A couple of things we need to do here. So we want to say UI end game set active to true to bring up those options. And we also want to disable our controls, so we'll do throttle, input throttle, input launch, disable, input move, which I think is probably already disabled because we ended a round or whatever. And also we didn't update the final score on the UI, so we can do it whichever way we want. We could update. We just do it from here. Yeah, we'll just do it from here. It's easy enough just to do it from here. So before we activate UI endgame, we'll just say UI endgame transform find, and the object we're looking for is txt total score. Get component text dot text equals. Is it player score, the final score? Yes. Yeah, because current score is the score of the current round. Potential score is what the score will be if that sticks. And then player score is the actual player score. String D2, which is 2 digits, and set it. Alright, so now we can test that. So what we should be able to do is play around, end the game, and then choose to play another round or quit. Alright, let's test it. I'm pressing the wrong frickin' button here. It's still bouncing off shit that doesn't exist. Oh, motherfucker, what's that? Hang on. Oh, did we not assign? I always forget. Alright, I forgot to assign the thing. Okay. Yeah, it's working pretty good, actually. It's working pretty good. Alright. Oh, 15, not bad. 35. Oh, that was a good one. There we go. Play again, yes or no. Total score 60, which is correct. If we say no, it quits. If we say yes, there you go, we're back in it. It's still bouncing off shit that doesn't exist. Oh, also, yeah, I want to make sure it's still got that gauge when it moves as well, which we don't want. We want to get rid of that gauge as it moves. 45. Let's have another round. But yeah, also, like, we're gonna do different levels, so. Yeah, and there's a few things we can do, right? We could make it so that it plays random stages, or it plays them in order, or all kinds of things. I don't know how deep I want to go with that, though, to be honest. But like here, for example, right, where I set up the ability to add multiple options. So if I wanted to, I could say, instead of yes and no, I could say next level or replay. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, one. Also, it shouldn't say pucks -1, right? Also, the way it works in Genshin is if you manage to knock one of your pucks into a higher scoring area, you get the points for that. I would have to program it differently to make it do that, but really I should make it do that because that kind of adds to the challenge of it, I think. Oh shit. This is actually pretty fun. It's nice. It always feels nice to have something you can actually engage with that mostly works. What is it? I don't know what it's bumping up against though. It shouldn't be bumping up against anything. I got a headache. I need to eat. It's not food time yet. It's not food time. I mean, I think we covered the basics, right? So this project will be on GitHub. I'll add some more to it. I'll add some more levels. But yeah, basically, if you want to make more levels, just go into levels, select one, hold down Control and press D. Let's call this level 2. Turn off level 1 so that when we, and you've got squares and stars. So the way it works, is you got to move the squares around wherever you want them. Right? I don't know, you put that back there if you want. But then the stars are like separate, so you need to go to stars 1 for points 1. And then you can put that wherever you want to. So here we could put that there, for example. Am I looking at this backwards or something? My mouse is like all weird. Right, yeah. And that's all you would do. You just move them. But then we need a way to activate these different levels, right? So I'll figure something out. So instead of it asking play again, yes or no, I will probably say next level, yes or no, until you get to the last level. And then if you get to the next level, if you get to the last level and you finish that one, then it'll say play again, yes or no, and it'll start the whole thing off again. But I'm getting kind of tired. But yeah, you can move these wherever you want them. And then you just move the stars separately, basically. And it's, to set it up like this just makes it super easy to make new levels, right? You can have as many as you want. But what I'll do is I'll make it so that the game like manages levels by itself, right? So it's like, yeah. It might be better, it's probably better just to put the stars as child objects of the points, I think. No reason not to. I don't really know why I set it up like that, to be honest. I just felt like I needed to keep them separate, but not really. Okay, now the stars, now when you move the points, the stars will follow. So if I want to move points 4, I don't necessarily need to move the stars, right? I only need to move the stars. There we go, that's a decent level 2. I only need to move the stars if, like, you know, you can't see them or whatever. But if I want to individually move the stars now, I can. Or resize them or whatever you want to do with them. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's pretty good. And so now if we want to play level 2, we can just press play and leave level 2 open. Make sure it works. Yep. That's cool. It is pretty cool. So, yeah, I think that's enough of me streaming this for now, because like I said, I need a break. Yeah, as a tutorial, I feel like the whole thing's been a giant shit show. I've spent more time freaking fixing Unity, but that's kind of somewhat on me as well, because I do use a kind of experimental, non-fleshed out version of Unity because, I don't know, it's fun for the most part. It's not, it doesn't normally cause me any major issues. I do come across issues now and again, but I normally find ways to work around them or whatever. And it's kind of like an extra challenge, which is insane because, like, oh my god, this whole thing's hard enough sometimes. But at the same time, yeah, I'm kind of weird like that. I complain a lot about why is everything so difficult, but then I always choose that. I often choose the hardest path on purpose. Which seems kind of counterintuitive, doesn't it? And that's true. Like I will never choose the easy path. It depends what it is, right? Like if I'm playing games, because that's how I like to relax. I do like to play games on easy, for example. And I'm just not particularly good at games. So like I will choose like easy game mode quite often in a game because I just want to chill and enjoy the game. I don't want to be like get too sweaty with it. But when it comes to stuff like this, I will always choose the hard path. So it's also kind of silly if I end up complaining about it, given that it was ultimately my choice to begin with. But yeah, I shouldn't be choosing that for tutorials and stuff, I don't think. Okay, I'm happy with that. I think that's a pretty good level 2. So I'll flesh out some new levels and make it so you can play through all the levels and whatnot. Stick it on GitHub. So even if you just want to play it, you know, it'll be there to play. You don't necessarily need to be interested in game development. You might just love Finchball and be like, oh, you know what, I'll play that. I'm bored. Yeah, go right ahead. But yeah, for these future streams that I'm planning on doing, whenever I want to make another one of these, I'm going to stick with this version of Unity, I think. And then, you know, maybe when I've got like 10 of them or something together, I can like stick them all in one big, you know, minigame bundle or whatever that you can just download and play. And pick which game you want or whatever. I think I'm also, I don't know, I might also make a website to stick all this stuff on as well soon, and if I do, I'll do that live on stream. I don't know if I will. Maybe. But yeah, to have level management, you would just do let's call it game level. Do I have? Nope. We need that for a list. And then we can do a public list of game objects. And what you can actually do, again, I like to do this kind of shit dynamically. Yeah, let's not, you could open this up and like thing it through in the inspector, but what's always nice, I think, is to do all this stuff dynamically. So we could say for each transform T in game levels. But it's a list of game objects. Oh yeah, I'm doing this wrong. Yeah. Yeah, we can do it as a transform then. We'll do transform levels root, and then we can say for each transform level objects in levels root. We can say game level add level objects dot game object, and then all we do is we set the level root and then press play. The reason I like to do it this way is it just saves you having to drag and drop everything in the inspector. And if someone newer who doesn't know Unity as well as I do comes along and wants to make their own levels, they would be making new levels and wondering why it's not working. And the reason it wouldn't be working is because they don't realize they have to drag and drop it in the inspector, or maybe they do, or maybe it just takes them longer. But if you do it this way, it's like, well, it does it automatically. Like if you know that everything in here, you know, it's just common sense. It's like if you know that everything under this level's banner is a level and it's going to want to be playable, then add it. And we can see that's working because it found level 1 and level 2. So now as we add new levels, you'll see how nice this is. We can add new levels, press play, and our game manager automatically finds those levels and adds them in. No dragging and dropping in the inspector. It's perfect. It's so good. We can private that now as well, that list. And so then what we can do is in our canvas that's one view. It's one view. Center it, center it. And I like to say like that. I like to do that. So then back in our game manager, do another public text link. So here, this is the perfect place to say the number of levels, right? So we'll do a private int num of levels, and here we can say num of levels equals game levels dot count. And then in update we can say txt levels level game level of number of levels. Alright. I just feel like that doesn't need to be the biggest thing in the world. There we go. Go a little bit bigger. And now when we run it, level 1 of 6. And if we delete these, because these aren't real levels, this is just me testing it, it'll automatically know it's level 1 of 2. There we go. So another thing I like to do that can be useful. There's so many ways to do things in Unity. Alright, what I'll do is I'm going to do a public bool called next level, which is false by default. This is where I need to think about this. If I do it the way I was going to do it, it means... Yeah, we can get it from count on us because it's private. Okay, number of levels needs to be public because my UI option needs to know how many levels there are. So at the end of update selection, I can simply say, do we have a reference to game manager or not? No. We can say if game manager dot game level is the same as game manager dot number of levels, then we also need to change the question that it's asking. TXT prompt. So at the moment, TXT prompt which actually mine says TXT play again. I'm just going to rename that to TXT prompt so it's consistent. It isn't saved yet. So at the moment our TXT prompt says play again question mark. That is what we want it to say when it's on the last level. Okay, what we want it to ask otherwise is next level. And if you say yes, it'll load the next level. If you say no, it'll quit. but we want to change that to say play again when you get to the last level. So now what we need to do, and I said I was going to end the stream about half an hour ago. I might as well do a bit more. Where is my... Oh, no, it's got the cycles. Oh, there it is. That's what I was looking for. I was like, where the hell is this thing? So we want txt prompt in there. Okay, that's pretty much all I need, I think. Oh, game manager in there. Okay. So back in our code. So at the moment, what we do is we say, if selected is 0, then we load a new scene. But also, we need to add this condition as well. So basically, this now branches out further, right? So if selected equals 0, it's play another game. But basically, we need to say, in here, we need to say, if game manager is on the last level, and they asked for another game, then load another game, right? And then we can say else, if it's not on the last level, then we load the next level. So what we want to do is we want to talk to game manager, and then where I added that next level bool, set that to true. Which in itself doesn't do anything, but if we go into update, alright, and then we say if next level load next level, okay. So the first thing we want to do is say game level plus plus. Before we do that, actually, we want to say game levels at position game level set active to false. Basically, that will disable the previous level. Then we do it again, but we say true after we increment game level, and now we're enabling the next level. So that will basically do the same as what we're doing in the inspector. It will make these squares appear and reappear and blah blah blah. What we would also need to do is set our pucks back to 3. We don't actually, okay, we don't have a way of clearing the table yet. So we need to get rid of all of our previous pucks as well. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, we haven't been tracking those. Actually. Okay. So we need to track those. So what we do is we'll keep a private list of game objects called play pucks, which is a new list of game objects. And then on start, what we need to do is add damn it, this is a pain in the ass. Right, so we add the player object to the list of player pucks at the start of the game, so that our very first object that's already in the scene will be removed when we go down here. So when we go down here, we're going to say for each game object, puck object in player pucks, we want to say puck object destroy puck object, and then we need to say player pucks clear, so that we clear that list out. Then when we spawn a new puck, we also need to add this to player pucks, right? So object player equals new puck, and then we can say player pucks add. Why did I press return? I don't know. Add object player. And then we also need to spawn new puck. Where is it? It's he. No, it's not. Where the bloody hell is it? Load next level. Spawn new puck. Right, I don't know if this is going to work. I probably missed something. Alright, let's see if this works. That's quite a lot to deal with, actually. Okay, so basically okay, let's just test that. Oh my god. Oh, I turned debug off. Okay, yeah. I need to turn... It won't find it there either though, will it? Okay, I'm just going to move it off the screen. I think that needs to be active so that I don't get the null reference, which is... I'll be honest, that's bad. That's bad practice. But whatever. For this, it's fine. We still got issues with the gauge is still displayed even when the object goes flying. What is it bouncing off? Right, there you go. It's asking me next level, yes or no. Also, pucks. Okay, the first problem is pucks goes to -1 here, and it shouldn't. It should go to 0. We can say next level, yes or no. Well, we know no's just going to quit the game, so yes, and hopefully we get level 2. What? What? Oh, but also... Oh, hang on a minute, hang on. No, load next level. No, I know what it is. I know what it is, I think. Yeah, what I forgot to say was load next level is... I forgot to set next level to false so it doesn't run on an infinite loop. Yeah, that shouldn't run on an infinite loop. What it probably did is it probably went way past the number of levels, like in an instant. And it's trying to load levels that don't exist. Okay, that's because I forgot to reset the thing back. Why is it moving like trash? Also, they're not bouncing off each other or anything either, are they? And also, our score's going to go way past 2 digits if we have multiple levels. Oh my god, what is your complaint? Did I already increment game level before I said load next level? Maybe I did. Maybe I did. No, I didn't. Oh yes, I know why. I know why. I know why. Because we start counting from level 1, but it counts from... It counts 1 less. So we always want to be accessing game levels -1. Yeah, of course. Okay. Why? Why do I do this to myself? I can't stop! It's a curse! I'm just going to lay it down here. I'm just going to lay it back like this. Ow, that hurts my back actually. It's very uncomfortable. This might look comfortable, but it isn't. It really isn't. Oh, it's bad actually. It's extra torture. It's extra torture. There we go. It loaded the level. We just need to close that UI now. Yeah, we need to close the UI. So on load next level, before we spawn a new puck, we'll say UI, what did I call it? UI option. I don't know, I can't remember. What did I call it? No, it's UI end game. There, close that. I think we're good though, aside from that. Probably not, but we might be. But we probably aren't. Alright, we'll take our turns. Oh, come on. What is that? Like, what is it bouncing off? There's nothing there. This is so irritating. It just breaks the whole thing. It's like Unity's physics are just trash. I don't know what it's supposed to be bouncing off. There's nothing there. Well, as you can see, it worked, but for some reason we only got 2 books. And now it's, look, it's working perfectly. It's saying play again. It knows that was the last level. Play again, yes or no. And we're on level 2 of 2. And if I say yes, it should restart the level. Yeah, it did. Serialized object target is being destroyed. That's fine. Yeah, for some weird reason though. Yeah, we are almost there. Yeah, it's just like it's bouncing off the fucking things. I cannot win. Next level, yes. Yeah, for some reason it only gives me 2 pucks. It's kind of weird. Or maybe we reduce the number of pucks, but that's actually pretty much the only issue. Maybe it's reducing the number of pucks. Yeah, pucks minus minus as we spawn a new puck. So when we spawn a new puck, here we need to say pucks equals 4, which is weird. I'll make a note about that. Spawn will reduce this by 1. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's working aside from the fact... I'm going to ask frickin' ChatGPT what I can do about that. Maybe putting it back to discrete is the way to go, actually. No, it's like, what is it bouncing off? There's nothing even there. Next level, yes. There you go. I could semi-understand if it's like... if it doesn't like skating across the actual square scores, although again that kind of defeats the whole point, right? There you go, we can go forever now. Lucky me. Oh, I need to get some practice in. Oh, that was a good one now. What is it bouncing off? Oh, that was a good one. I went too far. Ooh! There we go. Like, it does, it literally works. Kinda. What? Oh, why are you making me do this? Yeah, it doesn't even make any sense because, like, a trigger collider isn't supposed to stop an object anywhere. So it doesn't make sense that it's happening at all. So this is always a problem. When you find yourself asking ChatGPT a question and it's like, I already know the answer to this, and the behavior I'm getting misaligns with the correct answer. Like, So here's the thing, like if somebody asked me and said, oh, I'm making a Unity game and my object keeps bouncing off these colliders and I, you know, how do I stop it? I'd be like, well, are they trigger colliders? Yes. Okay, well, they're not bouncing off the colliders then. Because, like, trigger colliders don't work like that. And yet, here we are, right? It is clearly bouncing off them. So, like, it's... Again, it's one of these things where, like, the behavior doesn't line up with the expected behavior, if that makes sense. It's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. For something like this, it's probably you're probably better off searching the communities and seeing if anybody else has had a similar issue. Because this is again, it shouldn't actually work like that. And the crazy thing is my bounciness is turned down to 0 as well. Friction combine. Average. Bounce combine. Average. I'm curious what happens if I set bounciness to the maximum. I tried to type 99 but it changed it to 19, so I'm imagining that might be the limit. It doesn't even really seem that different. Like so far it's better because it hasn't actually bounced off anything. That actually seems better somehow. Oh, my objects are bouncing off too many things. Oh, we'll turn bounciness up. That fixes it. What? That's mad. It's actually not doing it now. What even is that? It's fine now. What the fuck? Okay, it's fixed. Right, my main complaint now, well, two main complaints. So when the UI comes up, pucks equals. So there's a simple fix for that, right? We can say. We can actually say in Game Manager an update. If pucks is less than 0, then pucks equals 0. That'll fix that. As for the gauge showing when the thing moves, stop it. Yeah, that's placed at 3. Basically, well, what we could actually do is say if play state is 2 or play state is 3. I'm just going to check something with ChatGPT because I can never remember the difference between or and or. I want this to apply when player state is either 2 or 3. Do I use or? In your condition, you should use or instead of or to check if play state is either 2 or 3. Okay. So it's or. Okay. Fair enough. Alright, let's try that. No more boo tonight. Okay, let's all enjoy Cappy's coding. Even I'm not enjoying my coding. Hey, it's all working. Check it out, man. It's like a fully functioning game now. Just need to add some more levels. I might add some music and shit. Oh, good score. Good score. There we go. Oh, 65. That's my highest score so far. Next level. Yes. Now we've got a second level. Okay, it bounced off something. It's been doing that. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Okay, there's still a little tweak I need to make to stop it from doing that. It shouldn't be doing that. Oh, 120. So if I start a new game, my score should go back to 0. Yeah. Yeah, it's bouncing off shit that isn't there. It's not supposed to be doing that. Yeah, it's fucking doing it again. I swear to God, Unity physics sucks dick. It's not even Unity, it's NVIDIA physics that they use. It actually kind of sucks. Yeah, it's working great. I mean, for the most part, apart from the physics issue, which isn't my fault, but I need to find workarounds for it. Let's try and get this one over there. Ah, I went too far. Yeah, it's working good. It's working good. See, it's bouncing off shit that's not even there. What the hell was that? What even was that? I might find that it's fine in like in the build. It might actually be fine in the build. Sometimes that happens. I don't know when you type that. You might not even be here anymore. That might have been freaking half an hour ago for all I know. I'm so deep in this right now. Plenty of games to look forward to in 2025. Yeah, you got this one. What other games do you need? You don't need WoW anymore, you got this? You'll be able to download this, you know. Oh, you don't have a PC, do you? How do you not have a PC? I couldn't live without a PC. Oh, it's too much. Too much, damn it. It does seem better in the build, actually. Maybe the editor's like... Yeah, maybe the editor's not actually doing the calculations as well as it should. Yeah, it seems fine in the build, actually. In the build, it's pretty good. Okay, I spoke too soon. It just bounced off something that doesn't exist. This is pretty good to be able to finally play it though. Like, really play it. I need to make some more levels. Yeah, this is alright. I mean, it's pretty much what it's supposed to be, right? I got it working and everything. Your pin slider game, is that what they're called? Finchball, it's Genshin's Finchball. Yeah, it's pretty good. Works pretty well. I went too far. Too far. Okay. Oh, there we go. It is pretty fun. It's actually pretty fun. But it's grinding against, yeah, it's just, it doesn't like a not entirely flat surface, which is kind of annoying. I wonder if that's because it's a flat capsule cylindrical collider or something. I really don't know. But it's like 90% good. 95% good. There's just like a kind of 5% little awkwardness with the physics that could be better that I need to figure out. But yeah, no, it's not bad. It's looking pretty decent. I think I want to move that UI up a bit as well. It feels a bit low down to me. Should we get that UI? There we go. Alright, I'm going to leave the stream there because I really need a break. But yeah, you can see it's coming together. It'll be on GitHub. Now you know how to do it. No excuses. I don't want anybody ever showing up in my stream and saying, I'm trying to make a Finchball game. I'm trying to make Genshin's Finch game and I can't do it. I'll be like, shut up. Shut up. I literally showed you. I literally did it. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Have a nice day then. Bye. Yeah, you too. I'll end it there. And thanks for joining me. Bye.